Good evening, everyone. It is 7:05, and I'm going to call to order the City of Colwood special meeting of council. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge that we are meeting on the shared traditional lands of the Coast Salish people. First of all, I'm looking for an approval of this evening's agenda.
So moved.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Logan. Second by Councillor Kobayashi. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Day opposes the agenda. Carries. Councillor Day, before we begin, would you like to introduce your representative this evening?
Yes, to my right is Mr. Bill McElroy, who has agreed to be my representative here tonight.
Thank you. As we progress through, if you could just identify when you're going to be speaking, when your representative is going to be speaking, we'd appreciate that. Moving on to point number 3, Councillor Cynthia Day, application to postpone censure and sanctioning hearing. Before we begin hearing that, I just have a quick opening remark regarding the application to postpone. This is a hearing that has been scheduled to consider a number of incidences of conduct and communications by Councillor Day, which Council believe may be amount to a breach or breaches of the City's Code of Ethics. As a preliminary matter, I want to acknowledge that Councillor Day has made several requests for information leading up to this hearing. I am going to suggest that to ensure that Council's consideration of the substance of the merits of the identified concerns are dealt with in an orderly manner and without interruption to deal with whether additional information should be provided to Councillor Day and Council, that Councillor Day should be invited to address Council regarding any further information that she believes she is entitled to receive in order to respond to the concerns of Council, set out in the Director of Corporate Services report. Council would then consider the requests either individually or cumulatively and decide whether the further information should be provided to Councillor Day. Once Council has made its decision or decisions with respect to any request for further information or the request for an adjournment, Council will then determine whether it is appropriate to proceed to consider the merits of whether the concerns are substantiated or not and whether censure or sanctions should be imposed. I propose to come back to the preliminary point, after I provide an overview for the audience and for Council regarding the remainder of the process. The first incident, which provides the background for the other instances that have been identified in the Corporate Services Director's report, occurred in early December 2018 when staff, following Council's directions, attended on-site to conduct works on the public lands fronting Charnley Place. Councillor Day appears to have interfered with staff's ability to conduct their works. She subsequently, too bad I can't say that word, made statements in the media about the events and questioned the character and motives of City staff and Council, also in the media. These behaviors are addressed in the City's Code of Ethics policy, which provides that a censure and sanctioning process is the appropriate mechanism for Council to address breaches of the Code. On January 22nd, 2019, Council directed staff to proceed to a censure and sanctioning hearing under the City's Code of Ethics policy. Council requested that a report be prepared for consideration at the hearing. That report and its supporting documentation is before us today for consideration. This meeting is open to the public, and members of the public are permitted to observe only. Participation in the hearing is confined to Council members, Councillor Day's representative, the City's legal counsel, and staff. It is important that everyone display respect for this process and for the individuals involved. Heckling, booing, cheering will not be tolerated. Council is reminded to keep an open mind about this matter and not to make any decisions until after the close of the censure hearing. For clarity, Councillor Day is entitled to participate in the debate and vote on any of the proposed resolutions considering censure or sanctioning. Following is the process we will be following this evening for the hearing. Mayor Martin will make the presentation of the report. Council members may then ask for factual clarifications on the information provided. Councillor Day then may ask for factual clarifications of the information provided. We will then hear from Councillor Day or her representative. Council members may ask Councillor Day questions. Once all presentations are heard, Council will deliberate and make a decision on possible censure or sanctions. Council members are reminded to keep an open mind throughout deliberations. And I just have to find the right paperwork. Sorry, everybody. Okay, so on May 30th, 2019, Councillor Day sent a letter to our Chief Administrative Officer, copying or CCing Mayor and Council, stating that there were several procedural unfairness questions that she had, and there are basically 8 points that are listed within her letter, and I'm going to go through each one of them and to address. After that it has been addressed, we'll have an opportunity for discussion, and then we will make a motion to either proceed or to not proceed with the censure and sanctioning. The first procedural fairness question that Councillor Day had asked was that the corporate officer did not provide any information with the agenda of April 23rd, 2019 regarding item 8.8 regarding the selection of dates for the sanctioning hearing. There was no background material related to this item. And for the record, the corporate officer was not, she was actually on holidays from the 12th to the 23rd. And that, in fact, on question number 3, I believe it is, we get further in depth around that. So question number 2, the CEO the corporate officer did not provide me with my personal requested records under the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act prior to the April 23rd in-camera or regular council meeting. The corporate officer has not provided me with any of my FIPPA, which is basically Freedom of Information request records. The corporate officer made a demonstrably false statement in stating that I have received all my requested records in a public meeting. I was still simplifying my request in an email to our corporate officer on May 21st, 2019. My understanding, in response to that question, my understanding is that the city received 2 requests on December 17th and December 18th. One was very narrowly focused and requested records about Councillor Day. The other was more broadly worded and requested all records related to the Charnley Place matter. I understand the materials responsive to the more narrowly worded requests were provided on February 11th, 2019, and the records related to the Charnley Place matter were released on April 17th. Thank you. When looking at the records, received through those 2 requests as a whole, the question then comes to Councillor Day: what are some of the records that you consider still outstanding?
Okay, we seem to have gone through 2 points before I'm allowed to respond, but I just want to make you understand that the records that were provided on February the 11th were incomplete. They were overly redacted, such that they made little or no sense at times. And I did clarify those requests and was still writing about that very first Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act request on the 21st and the 22nd of May. And what happened as a result of my attempting, I'm trying to make it easier to find the records that I'm asking. I'm quoting the Act, why I expect that they would be available to me, and why I think that they should not be redacted so extensively that they're unreadable. And what came out of that was a process change whereby a new request was created as a way to deal with it. That was not my choice. That was the choice of the city. As a result of that, on June 3rd, I received a further 275 pages of records, and there's nowhere near enough time. That was Monday, and it's Thursday. I cannot properly present my case without time to review those records.
Okay. So are there any records that you have not received that you can be specific about for this council? I haven't had a chance to review them to tell you what isn't there yet. I've had a chance to review the first Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy request, which resulted in the further refinement. I could pull up that email. It's very detailed to show you what I've asked for. But it is important to me that I have an opportunity to review that. Certainly, my representative has not had sufficient time to go through it all with me. Okay. So and I'm just going to say it a final and third time. There's no specific records that you can demonstrate or that you can identify for us that you know, because you haven't had a chance to review them. I just want to be
well. I haven't been able to go through all of them. I can tell you what was missing from the first one.
Sure. Go ahead.
Hang on a second. So the email started on May 2nd. I received a response from the corporate officer. My requests are in black, her requests are in brown. Then I have my refined requests in red. So it is a little difficult to go through and tell you absolutely everything. But
if it helps at all, Councillor Day, I guess what we're looking for is any FOI requests that you're looking that would be considered. Just because you're FOIing doesn't mean that you're necessarily looking for something specific to this hearing. Is there something in this hearing that you have not received information-wise?
Absolutely. There's a very long list of things that I have not received. Just trying to find a way to explain to you what I'm missing. So I've asked for all versions of media records that have been posted, changed, and reposted, and the links, and all records associated with the creation or editing of media records. The reason I need that is because the information that's been provided to council and to the public is not, in my opinion, accurate or reflective of the situation that has brought us to where we are here today.
So are you aware of specific media clips that this council doesn't have access to? I'm not.
For sure. There was a backgrounder that was prepared with regard to the censure sanction hearing was the title on the top of the document, and the facts that are reported in that backgrounder are incorrect. So with the number of records that are involved, there's just been no opportunity for me to really review all of them and provide a detailed list of what's missing. I've made every effort to do that with staff, to explain what I'm looking for and why, but to give you an exhaustive list at this point in time would be very difficult. I'm trying to establish the facts of the case and why it's been so misrepresented.
All right. I will move on then to point number 3, unless you have anything else that you'd like to add, Councillor Day, on this specific point.
On the specific point of not having been provided with the records, I have been told that the only way to get some of the requested records in a less redacted format is to go through the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner, which I'm perfectly willing to do, but it does take time.
Okay. Moving on then, I'm going to move on to point 3. The mayor and corporate officer have clearly already had private discussions that did not include me prior to the selection of 3 closely spaced possible dates for the censure hearing. The mayor stated that at the meeting that I could not possibly know if any of these selected dates would work for my representative. This shows that the city has no intention of treating me fairly or ensuring that I have the necessary tools to defend myself. I clearly indicated in the open meeting that I have not received the requested records. My response to that is staff were directed to look at all of council's calendar and to find 3 dates that worked in everybody's calendar, including Councillor Day's. Staff presented to me 3 dates. I presented those 3 dates to council, saying to you, Councillor Day, that I understood that you would not be able to commit to any of those dates until you spoke to your representative, because your representative might not be available on those 3 dates. Staff reached out to you 3 times looking for the date, for you to confirm a date. You did not, and I gave direction to staff to choose the latest of the 3 dates, which was June 6th.
So if I can respond, in regard to that, the dates that were selected were fairly close together, and they didn't allow me time to prepare. Certainly had difficulty determining who could be my representative. That was limited by the dates that were chosen. And given that the city has had difficulty in meeting the legislated requirements for this date, given that you do realize I've received 275 pages on Monday, and that this package was found stuck in my front door that no one uses, and the PDF package that was provided via email didn't include this letter that was included in the package, but not included in the PDF. And the letter says also that if I wish to present documents to the hearing, I'm to ensure that they are delivered to the corporate officer no later than June 3rd at 4:30 p.m. So I'm not sure of any other quasi-judicial event where the defense has to provide their defense in advance of the hearing.
It was my understanding that was just in regards to, like, if you had a PowerPoint or anything that you wanted to provide, so that we had access to it.
That's not what it says. It says if you wish to present documents to the hearing, please ensure that they are delivered to me no later than June 3rd at 4:30 p.m.
Okay. Moving on to point 4. The city has not permitted the deadline for providing the information that it plans to use against me at the censure hearing and has provided me no proof of delivery. The January 16, 2019 report states it is recommended that a minimum of 2 weeks advance notice be given to Councillor Day and that the meeting number 2 be scheduled after consulting with Councillor Day to ensure her availability. The deadline was 2 weeks prior to the date selected, which makes it 4:30 p.m., closing at City Hall on May 22nd. In the May 9th letter, the city misrepresents the deadline as May 23rd, 2019, less than the 2 weeks. I found the USB drive, flash drive in an envelope jammed in my door on May 24th. The date in the properties of the file loaded onto a USB with the paper document shows that they were put onto the USB stick after the deadline at 6:44 p.m. on May 22nd. My response to that is that an email was sent, and I don't have the exact time, but I can find it for you. Sorry, I'm just going to find it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. I found it. No, I can't find. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Sorry. The city provided a digital copy of the materials via email at 12:54 p.m. on May 22nd, 2019, including links to all media files. See attachment A. And then delivery of the physical records, including the flash drive containing the media files, to 3546 Charnley Place via process server at 1:33 p.m. on May 22nd, 2019. We have a photo of the being placed into the mailbox, and then we also have a signed affidavit by the third-party process server saying that it was delivered to that property on May 22nd. Councillor Day.
Thank you. On the day that email was sent to me, I replied to the corporate officer explaining that the PDF did not open properly, so I couldn't see what was in it. There were a number of blank pages. It also did not include this letter, was not included in the email, and I certainly didn't find that until the 24th. I had no idea that it was there, and it certainly also did not include in the May 9th letter from the city. The city said that not only would the case against me be sent to me, but so would the process for tonight's hearing. I received the process for tonight's hearing 2 days ago, on the 4th. The letter stated that I would receive both. I received a partial of one of those.
Okay, so you've already actually spoken to point number 5, which was exactly what you just said. So I will move on to point number 6. The city continues to bully and harass me using the censuring process to do great harm to me and my family. The bullying harassment started on March 24th, 2017. It's a statement. It's not anything that this council can do other than that it's a statement.
Well, if I may,
You may.
you were quoted in the media, and the media backgrounders included statements that said that I had breached the city's ethics policy. Rather than saying I might have breached or potentially breached, those statements all said that I had breached the city's ethics policy.
All right. 7, the city continues to refuse to investigate my bullying harassment complaint. Oh, geez. How much, did we agree that this can all get released? Okay. Okay. The city continues to refuse, excuse me, I'm sorry, everyone. The city continues to refuse to investigate my bullying harassment complaint. In the Marley Russin report, she acknowledges that Colwood's former CAO should have recused himself immediately after the December 24th, 2017 incident. The former CAO further inflamed the dysfunction of communications by denying my husband access to qualified staff. Members of council have been continued to support that dysfunction by refusing to accept the findings of the Marley Russin investigation that we did nothing wrong. According to the investigators, none of our advocacy, including statements in the media or emails, was a personal attack. The continued insistence by council that I verbally attack the character and motives of staff need to be addressed.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, the date that you gave was December. The date was March 24th,
Did I say
27.
December?
Yes.
My apologies.
March 24th.
It does say March 24th. That was me reading in December.
And
thank you.
I just would like to point out that on December 19th, the city received a letter explaining that I had a complaint of bullying and harassment, and the city has done nothing about that.
Okay. And okay. So the bullying harassment complaint is separate from the code of ethics. They're different measurements, and they have different requirements under statute. So they are not. One does not supersede or create an opportunity that the other shouldn't exist.
If I could respond to that, absolutely. The code of conduct is one thing, and I'm very comfortable that I have not breached the code of ethics. And in terms of a bullying and harassment complaint, I think that I absolutely deserve to have an allegation of bullying and harassment be investigated. My complaint was made before anyone else's complaint was made, and nothing was done about it. The city chose instead to investigate a counter-complaint, and in that investigation, I and my husband were investigated and found to be completely exonerated. And I am allowed to share the results of an investigation.
So the consent issue is in regards to the plaintiff or the person making the accusations. They need to consent to that being released. It is not just the person who's being defended in that.
I'm sorry, could you explain to me then how it is that Elizabeth May, who was investigated for bullying and harassment, was able to step out from the investigation and speak to the media and identify that she had been exonerated?
I cannot.
I can only tell you that when an allegation is made against you and you're investigated and found innocent, I believe that you have the right to say that you're innocent.
Okay. In regards to Councillor Day, your investigation and your request for an investigation, number one, I am not aware, and it has not been placed in front of me, so I will need to speak to staff, that your request was before Mr. Howitt's. I don't think that it's beside the point. It doesn't really matter. Number two, it has already been explained to you that we cannot proceed with a bullying harassment complaint unless we have the participation of our acting CAO. As well, three not our acting CAO, pardon me. Sorry, no, not acting CAO, our previous CAO. And that our previous CAO is no longer in the building, which removes any bullying or harassment concerns that you may have. In addition, allow me to say this, that the mechanism to address a bullying harassment issue with your staff member will be through the evaluation process. And you chose to exclude yourself from that process in December of 2018. Excuse me, no, not of 2018. Excuse me, 2017.
I would like to address what you've just said. I absolutely disagree. Bullying and harassment is separate from an employee appraisal. That is not the place to address bullying and harassment. And I strongly believe that by refusing to address what has been done by a member of staff towards me, you are supporting their behavior.
And I will once again challenge you to ask you, how would we do an investigation without the participation of the individual?
He's participating in cashing his checks.
That doesn't answer the question, Councillor Day.
Well, I find it very hard to understand why the city would not examine the course of action that's been undertaken as a result.
You still have not answered the question, but that's all right. We'll move on.
Sorry, what is it that you think I haven't answered?
The question was, how do you get the previous CAO to participate in an activity that he chooses not to participate in?
Well, I understand that the person is not willing to participate, but how can the city not evaluate what's happened in any way?
Okay. Thank you. We are at the end, correct?
If I may address another point that's in the letter.
Sure. Yeah, you may.
So in my letter, I explained that I work with many different CAOs, and I've never had issues similar to what's happened to me in the last 2 years. And I'm worried about the future of public input. This is on page 2, second paragraph from the bottom. There has been no reports brought forward through any committee or any public process prior to staff decisions having been implemented. And that is my major concern, and I think it should be a concern for every member of council, that there has been no public process, not only for me, but for anyone who lives on my road or near my road, they have not been made aware of what the city intended to do, why they intended to do it, or what the result would be, and they've had no opportunity to provide any input into the city's plan.
Really? You want me to go all the way there? Okay. Oh, I have it. So you want to go from all the way there? All right.
Mr.
All right.
Mayor,
Yes.
may I make a point of order,
You may.
please? The legal representative who is sitting beside you, to
Yeah.
whom I have not been introduced,
Oh, I'm sorry. You are correct. I should introduce them. Thank you. Sorry, Barry, I don't know your last name. Thank you. This is Barry Williamson from... Thank you. There you go.
thank you. It is my understanding from the process notes that were provided to me 2 days ago that the council is here to provide legal advice to all of council, not here to assist you in how you conduct this hearing.
All right, thank you. Referring back to I didn't want to go through this just because of time, but I'm going to. There's a dispute. Councillor Day has discussed. If we go back to point number 2, regarding the records under the Freedom of Information Act, and if Councillor Day has actually received all the information, I have a 2-page, 3-page description of all the steps that were taken, and I'm going to read this for the benefit of council so that council understands the efforts that staff have made to attempt to address Councillor Day's filing of FOI requests. And this is going to start in December 17th, 2018.
Excuse me?
Yes,
Could I please have a copy?
certainly.
And is there a reason it wasn't included with the...
Because I didn't have any intention of bringing it forward, because I didn't actually see it as an issue. And the things that you have brought up basically have basically said that now all the preparation notes that I've now had to prepare for, I'm going to actually have to, because I couldn't anticipate what questions and what statements you were going to bring up. I have lots of notes about lots of different directions that this meeting may go this evening, and I certainly couldn't provide everything in the agenda notes.
I think if you're planning to use something against me, it's...
It's not against you, Councillor Day. It's just it's basic information that you have said that you didn't receive your FOIs, and I'm just going through the list of what the process was from an FOI standpoint. This should not be a surprise to you. You've been involved in this process the entire time.
I think that how it's presented should have had an opportunity for me to evaluate what has been left out or unsaid, to be here at the table and have to try to defend myself against what's being presented. Yeah, I think it's only fair that I should receive that in advance.
All right. Then, you know what? I won't read it then, Councillor Day. We'll just not do it. If you feel more comfortable with that, yep, go ahead.
Just a point of order, Mr. Mayor. I am interested in hearing this, and this is as a direct result of oral testimony from Ms. Day herself, and I believe these records reflect email correspondence back and forth between both parties, and I think it's, if you originally had no intention of reading it out or participating or using it in this process, then there really is no obligation to disclose it in advance. This is as a direct result of accusations that she's made that do require a clearing of the air. And I would suggest that I am interested in hearing this. I'm sure that we can have staff run a copy off for her and she can follow along as you read it out. And you're right, it is email correspondence, I'm presuming. So she should have a copy of it.
Yeah. Yeah, this is not an email. No, let me be clear. This is not an email correspondence. This is a timeline of all the FOIs.
So a timeline of FOIs filed by Councillor Day.
Correct.
Okay.
If I could just speak to the issue before you read
Certainly.
it out. I would just like council to understand that I have worked entirely by email, in writing, so that we could all be sure that we were on the same page. I didn't want to say something that's misinterpreted and then come back and have a he said, she said moment. So I've tried very hard to be very specific, not because I wanted to be onerous, but because I wanted to be thorough and because I wanted there to be less confusion. So I just wanted to make you all aware that since this started 2 years ago, I have felt uncomfortable in this workplace. And that's just, it's not a personal comment. It's just the way things have rolled out, because I have been completely targeted, and the response that I understand would have been the professional response would have been to have an investigation that's independent and impartial. And I'm not trying to be hard on staff. I'm trying to be thorough and make sure that we have good governance.
Councillor Jensen has asked that I do read this. Councillor Day has asked that it not be read. This is really going, we are still on Section 3, which is determining if we are moving towards a censure and sanctioning or not. Councillor Day has basically stated that she has not received her FOIs, and this is a timeline of basically the FOIs statements. So December 17th, 2018, Councillor Day filed a request for personal information. For reference, the request was, I am requesting any and all information, including but not limited to all documents or records of texts, emails, and social media posts that contain any information regarding me from November 1st, 2016, up to and including today, December 17th, 2018. On January 22nd, 2019, at an in-camera council meeting, Councillor Day stated, I have applied to Colwood's corporate officer at the end of December for personal records under my Freedom of Information Act and have not ever received a date for compliance yet.
Mr. Mayor?
Excuse me, yes?
Sorry, just a point of order. I thought I was getting a copy.
Yeah, I thought you were too.
And I also forgot to ask you, so maybe this moment might be a good time, whether or not tonight's meeting is being recorded?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Mr. Mayor, as this is part of deliberations for all of council, could I please go make copies for everyone?
Yeah. I thought that
Mr. Mayor?
So that's great.
Yes. I'm again observing you getting advice
Well,
that is not shared with everyone.
I'd be happy to share it, Councillor Day. Basically, since what's going to happen is I'm not going to have to read through 3 pages of FOIs. We're going to be able to present that to council, and then we can just do the short form version of it so that we don't have to go step by step by step by step. If we want to, we certainly could go step by step, especially for the benefit of the audience, but we certainly don't have to. That was the only suggestion that was made to me.
And I just want to reiterate that I do object to documents being presented that have not been shared in advance.
Mr. Mayor, if I may ask a question, just for clarity's sake. My understanding is this is a collection of a timeline with your thoughts, or sorry, your notes?
No. So this is a factual timeline that you're going to see in a moment that will be presented to all of you. And again, I think it's important to realize we are still within Section 3, which is the application to postpone the censure or sanctioning hearing. And there has just been Councillor Day has stated that she feels as though she has not received all the FOIs. You're going to be able to see the account for all the FOIs that have been provided and what is outstanding, and I'll be able to do a quick summary for you of all those once the paperwork arrives.
So if I'm clear, this is a reflection of existing correspondence that's gone back and forth between Councillor Day and city staff.
Correct.
And if I could be clear, this is one-sided. This is one person's version of what's happened, which I have not had any chance to look at and determine if there's anything missing or misrepresented.
This doesn't address this. We're not talking about this. Oh, I see. Yep. Well, should I start reading through this? I guess this is we have a we had a letter from Councillor Day on May 22nd, 2019, regarding the record requests and the clarification. I have several statements that I can read to you, and what I'll do is I'll read through those statements, and then we can circle back to once staff arrives with the FOI list. Council will determine the boundaries of what is relevant in the censure and sanctioning hearing. Council sets the parameters for a censure and sanctioning process at its January 22nd, 2019 meeting. Those general parameters have been fully defined by the report to Council prepared by the Director of Corporate Services at Council's direction. The report indicates 6 occasions where Councillor Day conduct may be called into question as violations of the city's Code of Ethics. Councillor Day requests for information.
Can you point me to what you're reading? I have no idea.
I'm reading my notes. I have notes. My notes from your correspondence of May 22nd, 2019. Are you not aware of your correspondence? I can pull up your correspondence if you like.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out what you're reading because I don't have it in front of me, and certainly the public doesn't know what you're reading.
Okay. So, do you have notes this evening, Councillor Day? Because I certainly haven't been provided any of your notes.
No, I have records.
Okay. So you have no notes for yourself this evening? All right, so we have the FOI's list in front of us. There are some abbreviations in it, so I'm actually going to look to my corporate officer to to walk us through this.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. And I apologize if I have to pause through this. These were just notes that I made and was not intended to be reading out. So this is pertaining to FOI 18015, which was filed by Councillor Day on December the 17th of 2018. As the Mayor read, the request was for information about her between a time frame, so specifically information, records referencing me. Councillor Day reaffirmed that at the January 22nd in-camera council meeting, where she stated that she still had not received a compliance date from the corporate officer for her request for personal records. She, at that time, asked for a number of processes to be completed prior to the censure hearing being set, and council agreed to that and asked me if I would be able to produce these records before the hearing as well, and I said yes, I would make it a priority. On February the 11th, an email was sent to Councillor Day advising her that the package was in her mailbox. I had completed the FOI and provided it to her, gave her all records that were in the city's possession that were responsive to that request. On February the 19th, 8 days later, I sent an email reminder to Councillor Day because the package still had not been picked up. On February the 27th, I received an email from Councillor Day that was CC'd to our interim CAO with questions about the responsive records. And the key concerns raised in that email were the expectation that the FOI would not have an end date. I provided records, as is normal in an FOI, up to the date of the application. And the applicant felt that she should have had anything that had come in since that date as well. She had anticipated that she wanted records related to the works conducted on the public lands fronting her home. And I explained to her that those were not responsive to her request, as the Freedom of Information Act defines personal information as any information that can identify an individual other than their business contact information. That's usually released to the public. Another concern raised was that Councillor Day wanted copies of the media records, Facebook posts, etc., that were publicly available. And the city doesn't keep a library of social media posts, so there were no records to produce related to that. But I did provide her links to all of our city-owned assets where she could view the information, the press releases, the backgrounder, Facebook posts, etc. She requested information that was provided to the RCMP on December the 3rd and the costs associated to that. And I explained to her that the information provided to the RCMP was not about her and therefore was not responsive to her request. It was legal opinions, in-camera resolutions, etc., related to the works conducted on the Charnley Place Boulevard. However, at that time, I did advise Councillor Day that the information is responsive to the companion request that came in the day after from her husband, and that he would receive those records in his request. And she also asked that the information be released immediately under Section 25, which is public interest, and I was unable to see the argument that was put forward that it was a damage or potential harm to the environment, and didn't agree with that request. So that was February 27th. On April the 2nd, Councillor Day emailed me again. Oh, by the way, all of my responses that I've just described to you were provided to Councillor Day on March the 1st, to her February 27th email. So following my March the 1st response to Councillor Day, I received another email from her on April the 2nd. And this was more questions about the previous FOI and a formal request for new records. So this was a new FOI request dated April the 2nd, and this time it was asking for any information about her and or Charnley Place from the date of the last FOI up until April the 2nd. She also asked for the records related to the works conducted on the public lands fronting Charnley Place and the RCMP records again, and I explained, as I had previously, that these records were not responsive to her request, but that they would be released with her husband's request, which was being processed. Those were released on April the 17th. She asked for all council decisions about Charnley Place. I explained to her again, as I had previously, that those were not responsive to her request, but that they would be included in her husband's request, which was being processed. She asked that the records be reordered and a table be created to help her identify the documents with a unique number, a subject matter, who supplied the record, etc. And I explained that the city simply didn't have the resources to do that kind of work, and it was not required under the Freedom of Information Act. I explained at that point on April the 2nd that the city considered this file complete. That was on April the 2nd. On April the 26th, Councillor Day replied to the April 2nd email requesting the author or source of various documents, and I explained that the city is the source of all documents here at the city. When we release a record, it's from the city, it's not from an individual staff member. She again requested records related to the works fronting her home. I restated that this was not responsive to her request and that the records had already been released in Tim's request on April 17th, so they were in possession of the records. She asked that the records be provided as individual documents. FOI 18015 was provided in paper as a package with a footer numbering the pages so that it's easy to identify. And I explained to her that I was unable to provide them as individual records in a redacted state because the city's record was one complete package. She requested words in a different format. Could they be Word, JPEG, etc.? And I explained that we do not provide records in Word format for security reasons, and the images that I had provided her, I didn't have available as JPEGs. They were embedded in emails as pages of emails, not as attachments. However, there were 3 or 4 pictures that she was unable to get a good quality print, so I did offer to print those for her, printed them, and provided them to her. She asked again for a detailed list of all of the documents I had released, their location, the source, etc. And I advised that all documents are supplied by the City of Colwood. We consider the source of the documents to be the City of Colwood, regardless of the author, as all records belong to the city, are created on behalf of the city, and the city controls its life cycle and its distribution. The records responsive to this request, I advised her that they are filed in accordance with the city's classification system, and given that they were subject of an FOI, they had a permanent retention schedule, so they would be permanently kept. With respect to the list, I explained to her that when processing requests, we always consider the cost to the applicant as well as the cost to the taxpayers. Gave her an example of a previous FOI that had been filed where that list was produced and it took 35 hours to produce, and they weren't charged for that. As stewards of the public resource, I explained to her that the city cannot sustain that practice and that we would not be providing those detailed listings in future. Additional documents that she requested were either out of scope of her previous request or they didn't exist at that time. I advised that this information is not responsive, and I offered to combine those items, so this is on April the 26th, I offered to combine those items with the additional items that she listed in this email with the current FOI underway that had been received on April the 2nd, and that I would process it in the same timeline as the April the 2nd email was required. And that is the end of that particular FOI. The future FOIs and the 275 pages that were released on June the 2nd were the result of an April 2nd request.
Thank you.
If I may?
You may.
In my letter that is referenced in these notes, I asked for a number of things. There were some records that were responsive to Tim's FOI request, which I did identify. And I also asked for records of RCMP involvement and stated that obviously they should be included in my personal information because I was the one who was arrested. So obviously that's my personal information. The city records of communication with the RCMP were not provided. I would like to know what convinced the RCMP to arrest me on December 5th. That's obviously my personal information, and my understanding in speaking to the RCMP, who I called, or we called, was that an injunction would be required. And I did clearly state to staff that if they got an injunction, I would certainly abide by it. I was looking for an independent third party to review what was happening to ensure that it was being done correctly, because my feeling is that it wasn't.
Okay. Councillor Day, do you have anything else before we move on? I'm going to be making a motion in a moment, but
Yes.
to postpone. So
So I have tried very hard to supply a very specific list of what I'm looking for and why. I anticipated that the Freedom of Information request would be handled similarly to previous Freedom of Information requests that have been handled by the city in the past, which included a listing that noted where the records came from and what they were about, and if they were redacted, what section applied to that redaction, as close as possible to the redaction so that it could be clearly understood and an argument could properly be made if I felt that the redaction was inappropriate. I read the Act. I'm simply trying to follow what the law says and ensure that I have the information that I'm legally entitled to in order to present a proper defense. So I'm not trying to be hard on anyone. I'm trying to just get the facts and be as unemotional as possible about it.
okay, thank you. Councillor Jensen?
Thank you, Your Worship. First point, it would be inappropriate for the city to release any record held by a police agency, ever. There's a completely different FOI process for anything to do with the RCMP and their documentation. It's a federal process, and it really isn't relevant to anything that's before us here. She would have to seek those records herself from the Mounted Police, and there's a process for that. Second, am I correct in assuming that throughout these multiple processes here, there appears to be much time and effort and expense spent on these requests? Are we satisfied as a city that we've been in compliance with the FOI Act, and we've been in consultation with the Commissioner's Office throughout this process seeking guidance? Am I correct in assuming that, Mr. Mayor?
I don't know if we've been looking for guidance. I would say that I have confidence that our corporate officer is meeting her legal responsibilities. Yes.
I just would like to comment that I have made that request through the federal government for the information. I am awaiting that information. I have tried to the best of my ability to follow every legislated requirement thoroughly, properly, completely. I treat everyone who has been responding to a request in a professional manner. I've tried to make extra sure of that. And in terms of the date, you mentioned June 2nd, they were supplied. June 2nd was Sunday, so nothing is supplied on the weekend. The date that I received the information is June 3rd, Monday, being the first opportunity that I had to come into City Hall.
Yeah, well, in response to that, city staff actually worked over the weekend to meet your FOI request, and the staff were aware that you had a key to get into the building to get to it. If you choose not to come, I understand, but I mean, we did from a city standpoint, we made every effort and actually had staff working on the weekend to provide that information for you.
Just, if I may, for your information.
You don't have a key?
I do have a key. Since this has happened, and since there have been allegations of inappropriate behavior made about me, I will not enter City Hall off hours, period.
All right. Councillor Day, do you have anything else to add under 3 before I make a motion? You may.
Thank you. I just think that I've tried to make it abundantly clear. I'm just trying to follow the process to its logical end. I'm not trying to make things difficult for anyone. I'm not expecting to force anyone to work over the weekend. I'm trying my best to be respectful, honorable, and follow the process, following the act. Just, I'm not asking for special consideration. I'm only asking for what I'm entitled to under the laws as they're written.
All right, thank you. I am going to make a motion to postpone the censure hearing. I need a seconder. You'll second it? Okay. Any discussion? Councillor Baxter?
I'm a bit mystified by the fact that so far in this process we haven't actually talked about the basic subject of the process. I know that we've got to get the basics right, but to me the focus of this is things that were said in public on videotape and presumably cannot be disputed what was said. They're there, they're on videotape. So it's a mystery to me what any of this information will add or detract from that fact. The Code of Ethics says you shall not make certain types of attacks on other people in the organization or indeed the public.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I don't wish to be rude, but the discussion needs to be germane to the motion, and the motion is to postpone. So I feel like we're straying into the censure hearing itself and whether or not council feels that I've violated the Code of Ethics.
Okay, thank you.
At some point we should stray into the censure hearing at some point, but not now. I'm just talking about what the subject is. And it's a mystery to me, and maybe I don't need to know how any of this information can affect that. But the thing that struck me is, and the reason I will vote for this postponement, is the 275 pages of documents supplied on Monday. I don't know if that was all new or not, and I don't know how Councillor Day would know the difference without examining every one of them anyway. So I think that's reason enough to postpone.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Logan?
Thank you, Your Worship. I will be opposing the motion. I'm satisfied that our professional staff have consulted with the applicable parties and followed the process as directed by legislation. I'm not sure what relevance the information would have on the actual circumstances that occurred on December 3rd and 5th, and I believe Councillor Baxter was alluding to that. I also note that Councillor Day felt that she was blindsided by the dates that were presented to Council. However, this process was well known. The prospect of moving to a censure and sanction hearing was well known as far back as January. And at no time during that discussion, when the 3 dates were proposed, were alternate dates proposed to Council for consideration. Further, I note that Councillor Day was asked to follow up with staff, and when she didn't, staff followed up with Councillor Day on 2 or 3 separate occasions to confirm a date. So in my opinion, based on the information that has been provided tonight and before, that the city has been reasonable in trying to accommodate Councillor Day's schedule, and has complied with the legislation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else before I call the vote? Councillor Kobayashi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through the mayor, just a quick question to the corporate officer. So I just want to make sure I'm very clear on this, because this was a new piece of information right now, was the 275 pages. It's a bit bothersome to me that I know I complain about it when I get these 400-page packages and I'm expected to read them in 2 or 3 days. And so I'm just want to make sure I'm confirming that this was 275 new pages of information.
If it pleases council, I can give you bullet points, 8 bullet points, and tell you exactly what those records are. I don't know if that's appropriate or not. I will leave that to council to decide.
I would like to hear it.
You'd like to hear?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
The 275 pages released on June 1st that Councillor Day picked up on June 3rd were all versions of media records. So that was press releases that the city had put out that were also available on our website. A copy of the emails that I sent to Mayor and Council asking them to please respond to me and let me know if they had any records responsive to her request.
Okay.
That took up 60 pages because it went to staff as well. All records of citizen input regarding the Censure and Sanction hearing, which are before council tonight. All records of costs for legals and consulting services regarding the Censure and Sanction hearing. And all records of council in-camera meetings regarding the Censure and Sanction hearings, which of course would have been provided in a redacted form because of the conflict of interest declaration and legal advice contained within those. All records related to the workplace harassment. All records related to the drafting of the censure background, i.e. where did staff get the information. And all records relating to the letter the CAO provided to Councillor Day on May 9th, advising her of the hearing date. All records responsive to that have been released with the exception of the legal costs. Thank you.
Councillor Parkinson.
My concern is when we have a postponement motion, it seems to be open-ended, and we seem to be, how do we know there aren't additional requests for freedom of information or something else that would come up before another proposed date. So I think I will be opposing this motion without a concrete date to move it to and confirmation that that's going to work for everybody.
Thank you. Councillor Jensen.
Just a final thought. I too am going to oppose your motion, Your Worship, but the question I have is, it concerns me that Councillor Day did not involve herself in the selection of a date that might have worked with regard to some of these documents and the receipt of these documents. Am I correct in assuming that we've met our responsibility as far as disclosure goes with regard to these records pertaining to FOI legislation?
Yes.
So if she hasn't chosen to involve herself in a selection of a date for this hearing, and we are in compliance with the regulations, then I see no reason why we should postpone this.
Thank you. Councillor Day.
Thank you. The notes, the 8 points that were just read out, those have not been shared with me. And in terms of, I don't know how I can be accused of not participating in selecting a date because I wasn't given any of that information in advance of the meeting on April 23rd when it was considered. There was, and I'm trying to think how to word this carefully because I don't want to talk about anything that I shouldn't be talking about, but there was an in-camera meeting where there was a discussion prior to the April 23rd meeting, and I anticipated, because there was nothing included with the public agenda, that the reason was related to what was in the in-camera agenda. So and I wrote that down to council. I've shared it with you all, that I anticipated that at the April 23rd council meeting, council would be moving to not go forward with the censure hearing. That's what I thought was happening, and that's why I thought there was nothing included on the agenda. I am completely astounded that on April 23rd dates were selected. That is not what I was anticipating. As far as picking a date, I couldn't have told you on April 23rd because, as you just heard, I received 275 pages, some of which go back a very long way, on June 3rd. So I couldn't have known. I didn't have that information. I was still working hard to be very clear what I was looking for, and I was being as diligent as I could be to get the information. Then I need to meet with my council. Then I could tell you when we can present.
I think, Councillor Day, had you communicated with staff through the three times they reached out to you asking on a date, and had you communicated with them that you were not speaking to your councillor yet and you had a different date in mind, this council certainly would have considered that. I was certainly put in a situation where there was no response from you for over a week after that date was picked.
I would like to just say that I was put in a position of I didn't have the information, and the question was put to me, do you want this date, or this date? And all I could say in response to that was, I don't have the information I need to present a defense on any of those dates. So that is what I provided to council, was I'm still waiting for the information.
I will look to my corporate officer.
Just a point of clarification, Your Worship. Just to Councillor Day's comment that the 8 items I listed, I had not shared those with her. Those are the exact requests that Councillor Day made in her FOI request on May 27th when it was clarified. And I just read those out. Those are the exact records that were provided 4 days later.
Thank you. I'm going to call the question. Just to confirm, the motion is to postpone this censure and sanctioning hearing. All those in, I'm sorry. No, no, it's just I didn't know if you had something. Sorry? Oh, all right. I may. You may. Sure. I'll go back to you then. All right. Unfortunately, Councillor Jensen is not. So, Councillor Jensen.
Sorry, one point of clarification. I think I just heard something and I wanted to clarify this. The records that Councillor Day received this past week, a number of days ago, did I hear correct that was based upon an FOI request made at the end of May?
I don't know.
No, through the mayor. The request was made on April the 2nd, and a fee estimate was sent May the 3rd, and I believe, I might get this, May the 22nd, I heard back from Councillor Day with refinement that she further clarified on May the 25th, giving me 8 or 9 specific items that she wanted, and I promised her I would provide her those at no cost within the next few days if she could be really clear on what she needed. And yes, that is the list of records.
Okay, I am now going to call the question.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, could I just provide a wee bit of clarification for Councillor Jensen? The second FOI request isn't me fishing for new reasons to not come to a censure hearing. It arose out of my asking why aren't these records in the FOI 18015 that I requested in December. And then through the timing of the clarifications, the corporate officer advised me that it couldn't be included in the first FOI, which is why a second FOI was made. Just a technical issue.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to call the question. Oh, Councillor Baxter.
I'm aware that in court proceedings there are all kinds of rules about this, and I'm just wondering if this process comes with any rules about, you know, how you should set a date and how these requests for information can be handled. Because it occurred to me that the process could certainly be used to delay the even if it's not right now. It obviously could be, and it sounds like I'm asking for legal advice, and I'm just wondering if we can get that in this room or what?
Yeah, so, do you want to speak?
Censure and sanction processes are fairly rare. Thank you. Censure and sanction processes are fairly rare, but the sort of governing rule is that council is the master of its own process. And okay, thank you. So council is the master of its own processes on these matters. There are no set guidelines, there are no set rules that council can refer to. So council has an overriding obligation to be procedurally fair. That's very general, but there are no mandated procedures in terms of how you set hearing dates. There are no mandated processes with respect to the amount of disclosure that's required. That's entirely up to council to address, and I guess the default is if council gets it wrong, then it could be reviewed by the court for breach of procedural fairness. But with respect to any of the matters that are requested, and I'll just make this general observation, there have been a number of freedom of information requests. In the FOI process, there is no obligation on an applicant to show relevance. They basically make a defined request for a class of documents. And if the records are in the possession of the public body and then subject to fee issues, they're to be produced. That is not the same as the question of what's the relevant documentation for a censure and sanction process. Council has before it the report of June the 6th. And my observation is that that sets the boundaries on a prima facie, sorry to borrow the Latin, but just on the face of it, that determines the relevance of the disclosure obligations that council has. Councillor Day is asking for time to review some disclosure that she has made. That's one issue. Council may want to consider whether within that body of documentation, based on what you heard from the corporate officer, is that documentation relevant? You may or may not be able to determine that in the time frame that you have tonight, but it strikes me that would be a relevant issue to determine the fairness of the process, is whether that documentation is relevant to the issues identified in the report to council.
Sorry, can I ask a follow-up on that? So here's my dilemma then in voting for or against this. The 275 documents on Monday seems like a lot to absorb. But on the other hand, as I expressed earlier, I really cannot see the relevance of any of it or any document that could exist in the world, except a medical certificate saying I have Tourette's, perhaps. It's not meant to be funny, but I mean, I'm serious about this. I just cannot see what the relevance could be. Now, I think in persuading me to vote for this motion, Councillor Day could, as part of the discussion process here, give me some indication what the relevance could be. But I know that Councillor Day doesn't want to get into actually discussing the issue until we've dealt with this. So my question to you out of all that is, if this is defeated and we get into the hearing, can we still decide to postpone at that point?
Yes, there's nothing stopping council from determining that an adjournment or postponement is necessary for procedural fairness purposes.
Thank you.
I will get one final opportunity before I'm going to finally cut this off. Anyone else? Seeing none, I will call the question, and this is to postpone the censure and sanctioning hearing. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Day opposes. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, so I have to go the opposite way. Councillor Baxter, Councillor Kobayashi, Mayor Martin, Councillor Jensen, Councillor Logan, Councillor Parkinson oppose.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
just a point of order.
You may.
With regard to my understanding of procedure is that when you're chairing, chairing the meeting, you're not supposed to be the author of the motion.
Okay, so, Councillor Day, it was recommended to me that I move the motion so that that there wasn't an awkwardness on it not being seconded. We assumed that if I moved it, at the very least, you would second it, and we would be able to move forward. Hence the reason why I did that.
Thank you. The general process, as I understand it, and since we have a lawyer here, I thought it would be good to learn something from this situation. My understanding, when I have chaired meetings and I wanted to make a motion, I've asked someone else to take over as chair, made the motion as a member of the body, and then resumed the chair after the motion.
Thank you. I'm sorry?
If legal counsel didn't want to respond to that, I can speak to that. There are bodies who, out of practice, the chair will hand the chair over to somebody else so that they can speak to an item or so that they can move an item. But that's strictly just a practice that's not entrenched in any Robert's rules or any legislation. The person at the chair has the same rights to move, second, vote, and speak as anyone else at the table.
All right. We are now moving on then to new business. 4.1, Director of Corporate Services, consideration of censure and sanctioning of Councillor Day. I am going to read the report in its entirety. So I will be reading from page, for hard copy people, from page 3 unto page 9. You're welcome to follow along if you like, but I'll just be working through this. 1, purpose. Colwood City Council has resolved to convey a special meeting with Council for the sole purpose of considering potential censure and sanctioning against Councillor Cynthia Day. At issue are the actions taken by Councillor Day in response to the Council directive works conducted on the public lands fronting Charnley Place on December 3rd and December 5th of 2018, and statements Councillor Day made to the media about city staff and council. The purpose of this report is to provide Council with the background to consider potential censure and sanctioning against Councillor Day should Council resolve to do so. Council is reminded to keep an open mind about this matter and do not make any decisions until after the close of the censure hearing. For clarity, Councillor Day is entitled to participate in the debate and vote on any proposed resolutions considering sanctioning. 2, procedural chronology. Thank you. December 10th, 2018, at the special meeting, the special in-camera meeting of council with all members except Councillor Day in attendance, Mayor Martin addressed council to provide an overview of the recent media commentary by Councillor Day regarding the Chief Administrative Officer. Councillor adopted 2 resolutions at this meeting, the first acknowledging that staff involved in the Charnley Place matter were carrying out the will of council, and the second expressing support for staff and regret for any negative impact the public statements made by may have had on our Chief Administrative Officer. A certified copy of the resolutions of the December 10th, 2018 in-camera meeting as released to the public is attached as Appendix 1A2. January 22nd, 2019. Council directed staff to proceed to a censure and sanctioning hearing under the city's Code of Ethics. Council requested that a report be prepared for consideration of the hearing and that the dates for the hearing be set in consultation with all of council, including Councillor Day, as soon as possible. A certified copy of the resolution of the January 22nd, 2019 in-camera meeting are attached as Appendix B. April 23rd, 2019, at the regular meeting of council with all members in attendance, the mayor confirmed with staff that the information requested and external processes had concluded, and council selected 3 potential dates for the censure hearing, May 27th, June 5th, and June 6th of 2019. The mayor requested that Councillor Day contact staff to advise which of these 3 dates works best for her. A certified copy of the resolution of the April 23rd, 2019 regular meeting is attached as Appendix C. April 30th, 2019, staff contacted Councillor Day to determine which of the 3 dates selected by council were preferred to her. See Appendix D. May 3rd, 2019, as there was no response from Councillor Day, staff followed up with a second email requesting her preferred date. See Appendix D. May 6th, 2019, at 9:16 a.m., Councillor Day responded to the request but did not provide a preferred date. Please see Appendix D. May 6th, 2019, 10:14 a.m., staff reached out one final time to Councillor Day regarding dates. Please see Appendix D. May 9th, 2019, a letter from the acting Chief Administrative Officer was emailed and hand-delivered to Councillor Day, setting the date for the hearing as June 6, 2019, and assuring Councillor Day the city will provide her a copy of the report on or before May 23rd, 2019. May 22nd, 2019, this report with appendices was delivered to Councillor Day via email and with a hard copy to her residency. 3. City's Code of Ethics censure process. The Community Charter addresses ethical considerations for elected officers in Part 4, Division 6 and 7, with legislation speaking to conflict of interest, insider influence, outsider influence, exceptions from conflict restrictions, gifts, contracts, and the use of insider information. However, legislation directly addresses the ethical standards to which elected officers should generally adhere or explicitly allow the adoption of enforced code of conduct does not exist. A council's option to deal with an elected officer's misconduct are limited to potential disqualification proceedings and censure. Disqualification is an extreme measure requiring an application to the BC Supreme Court and is available only for conflict of interest violations, failure to make oaths of office, unexcused absences from council meetings, and unauthorized expenditures. Alternately, a council can consider a motion of censure against an elected official for a breach of duties. Censure is an expression of a strong disapproval rebuking the actions or conduct of an individual. Councillor, while sanctions are the penalty or other means of enforcement. Censure and sanctionings have been used in the province of British Columbia since 2009 and have been authorized by the courts for use by a council against one of its own elected officials. When council met to consider imposing potential censure and sanctioning, procedural fairness applies, which provides for reasonable notice, a hearing with few exceptions in an open meeting, and an opportunity to be heard. The council needs to be open-minded and not draw any conclusions until the matter is fully heard. The City of Colwood's Code of Ethics policy, Appendix F, adopted as revised by Council on February 24, 2014, sets out standards of ethical conduct expected for all City of Colwood employees and members of City Council. The clauses relevant to the hearing are provided here for convenience, with emphasis added. Under the heading Conduct of Members on page 7 of the policy, it states, the conduct of members in the performance of their duties and responsibilities with the city must be fair, open, and honest. Members shall refrain from abusive conduct, personal charges, or verbal attacks upon the character or motives of other members of council, committees, the staff, or the public. Under respect for process, on page 7 of the policy, it states, members shall perform their duties to the best of their abilities in accordance with the policies and procedures and rules of order established by the City Council, governing the deliberation of public policy issues, meaningful involvement of the public, and implementation of policy decisions of the Council by City staff. Under policy role of members, on page 8 of the policy, it states, members shall respect and adhere to the Council Chief Administration Officer structure of government as practiced in the City of Colwood. In this structure, the Council determines the policies of the City with the advice, information, and analysis provided by the public committees and City staff. Members, therefore, shall not interfere with the administrative functions of the City or with the professional duties of City staff, nor shall they impair the ability of staff to implement Council policy decisions. Under breach of code and consequences on page 8 of the policy, it states, in part, Council may impose sanctions, such as motion of censure, on members whose conduct does not comply with the City's ethical standards. Depending on statutory authority, the Mayor and or Council may also rescind the appointments of a member to one or all of her committees, one or all of the committees the members belong for breaching the Code of Ethics. 4, discussion. Councillor Cynthia Day has served as a City of Colwood councillor for approximately 17 years. She was first elected in November of 2002 and has been re-elected in each good grief, I can never say these words. Subsequent municipal election since that time. At issue for this hearing are the following concerns. On December 3rd, 2018, at 8:57 a.m., City staff, following Council's resolution, please see Appendix A1, attended on-site to conduct works on the public lands fronting Charnley Place. Councillor Day resides on Charnley Place. Staff have attended the site on November 30th, 2018 and installed temporary fencing around the area where the work would be carried out. Councillor Day was sitting inside of the fenced area with a protest sign. When asked to move to allow the work to happen, Councillor Day refused. Staff were unable to complete the works and left the site. Councillor Day's actions of December 3rd, 2018 may be a breach of the City's Code of Ethics where members are required to show respect for process. The policy states members must respect the implementation of policy decisions of the Council by City staff, and under policy role of members, it states, nor shall they impair the ability of staff to implement Council's policy decisions. On December 3rd, 2018, Councillor Day participated in an interview with Czech News. The Czech News video is available, and we're going to watch it right now.
Councillor Cynthia Day is barricading herself in front of this boulevard because of a dispute with her own city. Earlier today, crews were sent to cut down several trees and remove 2 rock walls she and her husband built years ago to help support the steep slope leading up to their home.
They have threatened to remove it and put the charges on our taxes if we don't comply.
In 2003, they obtained a highway use permit for the additions, and under the permit, they are the ones responsible for the maintenance, even though it's city property.
Also under the highway use permit, it says the city will not maintain the area of my highway use permit.
But in 2017, a tree fell on the neighbor's home. The city then removed it and 5 other trees, including this sequoia.
if there are structures in the right-of-way, in the public right-of-way, it becomes a safety issue and a liability issue for Colwood residents who pay taxes here.
But Cynthia and her husband say Colwood had no right to remove the other trees, a decision that was made in a closed council meeting. They also say there has been no official report to back up the city's claim that there is a legitimate safety concern.
I think this council needs to come clean about what's happened here. There's no safety concern in the engineer's report that was done after they vandalized our trees. We can only assume that it's a personal vendetta.
She says she feels it's because she's been a vocal opponent of several decisions by the city's administrator.
Gather that this is a way to suppress my voice.
A claim the city of Colwood denies.
It's really not a personal thing, it's a community standards issue.
They vow to stand in the way until they're given a chance to show there is no safety issue through a proper public process.
Because I think this is wrong.
During the sorry, am I on? Hey, it's not working now. Oh. I got my green light. I must have. I got one good knee. All right. During the interview, Councillor Day stated, I think the council needs to come clean about what has happened here. Also, we can assume that it is a personal vendetta. This is followed by a summary of Councillor Day's comments by the reporter, as she says it has been done because she has been a vocal opponent of several decisions of the city administrator. And Councillor Day stated, I gather that this is a way to suppress my voice. Councillor Day's comments made to the media on December 3rd, 2018 may be a breach of the city's code of ethics, more specifically under conduct of members, where it states, members shall refrain from abusive conduct, personal charges, or verbal attacks upon the character or motives of other members of council, committees, the staff, or the public.
Mr. Mayor, can I stop you there just for a moment?
You may.
That is a portion of what it says in the ethics policy. The full amount of what it says is the conduct of members in the performance of their duties and responsibilities with the city must be fair, open, and honest. I was speaking to the media as a resident.
So, Councillor Day, can I? You are going to have an opportunity to defend yourself. So, if you will, I would like to actually get through the report, and then I will allow you to comment further. I'm not going to. I'd like to get through this first before we start hearing debate. 3. On December 4th, 2018, Councillor Day participated in a radio interview with Mark Bernay of CFAX. A transcript of the interview attached as Appendix G. At page 2 and 3 of the transcript, in response to Mr. Bernay's comments, you say this cuts deeper than just trees. You say that this is a way to try and suppress your voice because you say council, I guess, or somebody at City Hall might not like the fact that you've been opposed to several decisions. Councillor Day responded, that's correct. I have spoken truth to power, and it hasn't always been well received. The city is not above the law, and justice does need to be seen to be done. There needs to be a public process. Councillor Day goes on to comment on page 3 of on her inability to participate in the review of council staff member, the chief administrative officer, when she states, I've also had to excuse myself from any participation in review of the staff. Council has only one employee, and that we review, and that is the chief administrative officer, and my voice has been silenced there because of this outstanding issue that's gone on for far too long. Councillor Day continues at page 5, and in response to a question from Mr. Bernay, how may this have changed your relationship with your fellow councillors? She replies, well, it certainly made it more difficult. I will always try to think the best of people, and I think that you know this new council, because we have just been elected, has been put in a very difficult situation. They have been given some information, but not all the information, and it is just a very difficult position for them to be put in. Councillor Day's comments made to the media on December 4, 2018 may be a breach of the city's code of ethics, more specifically under the code of members, conduct of members, where it states, members shall refrain from abusive conduct, personal charges, or verbal attacks upon the character or motives of other members of council, committees, the staff, or the public. 4, on December 5th, 2018, staff arrived at Charlie Place in a second attempt to conduct the council-directed works. The Day's white van was blocking access to the site. When asked to remove the vehicle by staff and the RCMP, they refused. The van was then towed, and the work commenced. Councillor Day came into the work area, creating a safety concern, and when asked to leave by staff, she refused. When asked to leave by the RCMP, she refused and then was arrested by the RCMP. Councillor Day's action on December 5th, 2008 may be a breach of the city's code of ethics, more specifically under policy role of members where it states, nor shall they impair the ability of staff to implement council policy decisions. 5, on December 5th, 2018, Councillor Day was interviewed by Czech News. The Czech News video is available.
Arrested and dragged away by 3 RCMP officers this morning.
No, I'm not going.
The saga between four-term Colwood councillor Cynthia Day and her own city continues.
These are my trees. These are my trees. Anybody else been strong-armed like this in a protest?
Well, you're under arrest right now. There is nothing to explain the city's behavior, and this has taken a heavy toll on the two of us.
We have not been heard. There has been no public process. There has been no information. There has been a complete lack of communication.
Monday, she barricaded herself in front of the boulevard with the hope that her protest would stop the city from cutting down several trees and removing these rock wall structures she and her husband put in place 25 years ago under a highway use permit.
So the city needs to address that safety and liability issue of trees falling on homes.
But following her removal from the site, and despite her call for a public process, allowing her to prove there was no safety concern, the work was carried through.
They had no arborist involved. They had no safety concern verified through anything. They did all of this on a whim.
Released by police under the condition she does not interfere with the ongoing work, Day says she's disappointed with the way things turned out, but says she plans on taking this to court.
Hopefully when this gets before a judge, they will see that I've been targeted and that the city has broken their contract with us and that they had no justification for doing that.
The city maintains their position that the work was necessary to ensure public safety and denies Day's allegation that all of this was part of a personal vendetta for speaking out against city administration.
This is a matter between the city and a homeowner, not so much who the homeowner is.
During the interview, Councillor Day stated, they did all this on a whim, and I've been targeted. Councillor Day's comments made to the media on December 5th, 2018 may be a breach of the city's code of ethics, more specifically under conduct of members. Members shall refrain from abusive conduct, personal charges, or verbal attacks upon the character or motives of other members of council, committees, the staff, or the public. 6. On December 6, 2018, Councillor Day was interviewed by CTV News. The CTV News video is here.
Story from Colwood now, where a city councillor was arrested for blocking city staff from removing a rock wall and the trees she planted on public land.
No, I'm not going. No. No. No.
That is longtime councillor Cynthia Day being arrested by RCMP yesterday. She stood her ground when Colwood staff came to remove but it expired. Colwood staff say the landscaping had become unsafe and claims to have worked with the councillor to find a solution, but one was never reached.
As the first time I've ever been arrested for anything, you know, the city has way more power than a resident has. And unfortunately, they're abusing that power against me.
We find ourselves, the city finds itself in a position of having to remediate the situation so there's no more safety hazards. And that's what happened yesterday.
Colwood said the rock wall was crumbling and a tree had damaged a neighboring home in the past. The city offered a deal where the councillor would become liable for any damage caused by her work, but she would not accept the offer. The city's mayor says he wants to move beyond this controversy and focus on more pressing council matters.
I'm going to look to council. Did everybody hear that, or would you like it played one more time? Okay.
From removing a rock wall and the trees she planted on public land.
No, I'm not going. No. No. No.
That is longtime councillor Cynthia Day being arrested by RCMP yesterday. She stood her ground when Colwood staff came to remove landscaping work she and her family had done on public land. Day had been doing unsanctioned work on an embankment for decades. She had been given a special permit for the work, but it expired. Colwood staff say the landscaping had become unsafe and claims to have worked with the councillor to find a solution, but one was never reached.
As the first time I've ever been arrested for anything, you know, the city has way more power than a resident has. And unfortunately, they're abusing that power against me.
We find ourselves, the city finds itself in a position of having to remediate the situation so there's no more safety hazards. And that's what happened yesterday.
Colwood said the rock wall was crumbling and a tree had damaged a neighboring home in the past. The city offered a deal where the councillor would become liable for any damage caused by her work, but she would not accept the offer. The city's mayor says he wants to move beyond this controversy and focus on more pressing council matters.
During the interview, Councillor Day stated the city has way more power than a resident has, and unfortunately, they're abusing that power against me. Councillor Day's comments made to the media on December 6, 2018 may be a breach of the city's code of ethics. More specifically, under the conduct of members, members shall refrain from abusive conduct, personal charges, or verbal attacks upon the character and motives of other members of council, committees, the staff, or the public. 5. Options. Council may, after considering the report and submissions from Councillor Day or her representative, decide that Councillor Day's actions arising out of a conviction that she was entitled to resist the removal of the items in front of her property. Council may decide with respect to Councillor Day's actions and statements either that, 1, Councillor Day's actions and statements did not contravene the code of ethics, or 2, that Councillor Day's acted in contravention of the code of ethics, but the council resolves not to formally censure or sanction Councillor Day in relation to those contraventions. For example, in respect of 2, council may consider that Councillor Day did not intend to contravene the code of ethics when she acted or spoke in a way that council has determined did in fact contravene the ethical codes. If council resolves to take no action in relation to the above matters, the following resolution would be in order. The council receive this report for information and that no censure or sanctions be considered at this time. 2, if council resolves to censure Councillor Day in relation to the above matters, the following motion would be in order. That in December of 2018, in contravention of the city's code of ethics, Councillor Day interfered with staff in the performance of their duties and questioned the character and motives of council and members of staff in public through the media. Council of the City of Colwood wishes to publicly censure Councillor Day for her inappropriate actions and offers the city's sincere apology for the impact of these actions on staff and our community. If Council adopts a motion of censure and does not wish to impose sanctions, no further action is required. 3, if Council adopts a motion of censure and wishes to conduct sanctions, each sanction should be considered individually, and Councillor Day should be offered an opportunity to be heard and vote on each sanction motion. The following are suggestions as potential sanctions and for discussion purposes only. A written apology to city staff involved in the incident, residents of Colwood generally, and the members of Colwood City Council. Removal from acting mayor responsibilities for a specific date. Travel expenses to attend conferences and outside agency meetings will not be approved for a period of blank months or years, and the removal from blank committee for a certain period of time. And that ends the report. Following what I read to you at the beginning, the process works this way. Council members, excluding Councillor Day, because I want to give Councillor Day the opportunity at the end. Council members may ask for factual clarifications on the information presented. After that happens, Councillor Day may ask for factual clarifications on the information provided. After that, then Councillor Day or her representative will have their opportunity to promote or to follow through on their arguments. So I am going to first go to Council. Does Council have any factual clarifications on any of the information that you received through this report? Seeing none, I will go to Councillor Day and her representative.
Thank you. I'm going to pass it over first to my representative, and then I will follow up.
Oh.
There you go. You're on.
This high-tech stuff. So thank you, Your Worship, members of council. I've met a couple of you. You don't know who I am. I'm a former Navy officer, councillor at the City of Victoria, a CRD director. But most of my life I've worked in the nonprofit sector, and my specialty was getting a group of people together to put aside their individual differences so they can work toward a common goal. Interrupted in that was time I was working for the provincial government, including a period where I was seconded to the Ministry of Women's Equality as the Information and Privacy Manager. I want to say that I've known Cynthia for about 12 years. When I first became a member of the Victoria Family Court and Youth Justice Committee. I think Cynthia's been a terrific ambassador for Colwood. She does a great job in representing the city and works tirelessly on behalf of children and families throughout the CRD. She's been instrumental in raising awareness about youth mental health issues and has developed excellent working relationships with organizations that work with at-risk youth and has gained the reputation of being fair while leading an organization of representatives 13 municipalities, 3 school districts, and 7 communities. And talk about a varied a group of people. So when I saw the news about her arrest, I immediately thought about how uncharacteristic this was. It was not the Cynthia that I had known and worked with.
I'm going to interrupt you.
Yep.
Just because, so I feel like we're drifting into your next section, and that's fine. If we're moving past any factual, so right now we're on factual questions that you have about what was reported, and then I'm happy to drift into the next step is Councillor Day's defense and argument. So I'm
okay.
But have you moved on, or do you have some factual questions that you
I do not have factual stuff, and the stuff I do have will be raised later in a summary, because I I disagree with the basic precept here.
If I may, I believe that my husband has some factual footage to share with you.
Sorry, we're talking about the report right now. So we're talking about, do you have any factual questions regarding the report? Once we're past that, we can go to your defense and you can play videos, you can do whatever you like. But right now we're on factual clarification questions of the report.
Okay, so then on the report, I would just like to point out that I object to the transcript of the Mark Brennan interview because it was not in print. It is not a verified copy of any kind, and it is presented as an argument, as a fact, and it is not a fact. It is not verified in any way.
Further to my early comments, Your Worship, I guess factually what the basis is, so it's factual to these excerpts and the points. At all times, Councillor Day represented herself as a citizen, not as a member of council. So in this report where it says Councillor Day did this or did that, in fact, it was Citizen Day that did this or did that. And I think that needs to be clear because once that is made clear, then all the allegations of breach of conduct of ethics is not applicable. Did she use language? She may have used in the wrong prepositions or whatever, but the reality is she was speaking as a homeowner at all times. And the city can't have it both ways. You can't say, well, you can't represent council when you're speaking, but then when she acts as a private citizen, refer to it as Councillor Day said. That's just the gist of what I'm proposing.
Okay.
If I may, there's another factual incorrect item on page 5 of the report. It says that our white van, which isn't white, you could see it it's blue, was parked blocking access to the site. It was not blocking access to the site. It's been parked in the same place where it always is parked at the top of our driveway. And when the city crews arrived and put up the snow fencing, they put up their snow fencing in front of our van. Our van was in no ways in the way. We weren't asked to remove the van. We were told that they supposed we wouldn't want to move our van. And at the time, the van had a trailer hooked up to it, and the snow fencing had been put up right to the nose of the van. So I'm not sure how I could have moved it. It was stuck in place because of the city's actions. There were no signs put up saying no parking. There was nothing to indicate. And in fact, absolutely nothing was shared with us. All I knew was some people from the city of Colwood showed up and put up some snow fencing.
All right. You guys done? Okay, then I will move on to...
I just wanted a point of clarification, Your Worship, to Councillor Day through you, just regarding the your comment about the Mark Brennan discussion. Are you saying that the comments that are stated in the report are incorrect? That those comments weren't made, or...?
No, I'm not saying the comments weren't made, but I'm saying that the verbatim transcript that's been supplied with this report is not verified. I don't know if it's 100% accurate. I certainly recall saying at the beginning of the interview that I was speaking as a resident. I said that to every news agency that I spoke to.
Just to follow up, I'm not sure how we would verify it or what the expectation would be, Councillor Day, to whether it's a legal stamp or
the expectation is if there's no opportunity to have it verified, it can't be used. It's not a written communication, so it can't be provided in a written format. I don't know what the method would be, but to try to paint a picture and then say this is a true representation of what we saw, it doesn't exist.
I'm going to look to my corporate officer.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. It is an extract or a transcript that I, as a commissioner for taking oaths, did swear was inaccurate. I did sit and listen to the entire interview. It was typed by another individual, and I verified word for word that it was accurate.
Okay, thank you.
And it is on page 37.
Okay, Councillor Jensen.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I do believe that CFAX puts all their audio files up on the webpage, and at any time, someone could have listened to it and compared it to the written record. And I'm presuming that's probably where staff got it from.
Thank you. Yep.
I just want to offer one thing, and I'm sure other members of council and I as well have been interviewed on the radio 1,000 times possibly. Before you go on air, that's when the discussion takes place with the interviewer. What do you want to talk about? What are the issues? And at that point, Cynthia identified that she was speaking as a private citizen, not as a city councillor. That would not be aired, and it would not be put in the transcript.
Thank you. Councillor Baxter.
I just wanted to say that when Councillor Day says this item cannot be used, I don't believe there's any rules. I think that what we heard from Mr. God, thank you. Earlier was sorry, Barry. It's been a bad week, but anyway, yeah, that there are no rules. In this case, the rules are rather loose, and I think there might be an opinion that it ought not to be used unless it's verified. But I don't think you can say that it can't be used. And I see assent in the person of Barry Williamson over there.
Councillor Baxter is correct in my view. I think that Councillor Day was speaking about whether a transcript would be admissible in court proceedings. That was the way I took her comment, to say it would not be admissible. Council, again, is the master of its own process. I have, as have many other members of my firm, presented transcriptions similar to this, attached to affidavits that have been admitted in evidence. When you're conducting an examination for discovery, or when a person is being examined under oath, there are certain standards that apply to court reporters and transcribers. But there's nothing to say that this transcription, which was produced by Ms. Williams, having reviewed and listened to the tape and verified that the typed transcript coincided with the tape, that stipulation as to accuracy, there's no suggestion that's not reliable. Council is entirely able to rely on that transcription if they want.
All right. Sorry, we're on now 3, which is Councillor Day. We will now hear from Councillor Day or her representatives.
Okay. I volunteered to help Cynthia on a volunteer basis. I'm not getting paid for this. I just support the work she's done in the community for the past 12 years that I've known her. And I have no qualms or hesitations about that. I've learned one thing in this, if nothing else. This is a mess. It is complex. There's a lot of he said, she said. And really developing public policy on that basis is not a very good idea. And the first thing I think that should happen is that you should consider hiring an impartial third person to look into this whole thing and how this evolved. Because up until a couple of years ago, there was an excellent working relationship between the homeowner, the Days, and the city. And something went off the rails a couple of years ago. Everybody has a tendency to retreat into a defensive mode, and that's not conducive to trying to arrive at a consensus. There's no question that the Days have invested a lot of time and money in stabilizing that bank, which goes down into the house. The neighbor loved it. The neighborhood liked the work that was done. They got all the appropriate permits. It was inspected by the city, and it passed. They planted trees, shrubs, flowers, and vegetation to fix further or prevent further erosion, which is a common practice these days. So when Tim first built the wall, the city came out, inspected, and said it's about 2 feet higher than it should be as a wall. And the city suggested that he build a wall 2 feet away that would be about 2 feet, and then the rest of the wall would meet the criteria. And he did that. The city came back and said, that's fine. That's safe. It meets the criteria. Now, one of those trees that was planted, a branch broke, fell off, hit the house. There's no argument about that. The damage wasn't severe, just clipped the gutter. The damage has not been repaired or replaced. It's still there. And so, of course, the city's concerned about the potential for further damage and dangers to homeowners, the public, etc. But there was no arborist who looked at those trees and said, that one has to go and that one has to go. It was all of them went. Even a 6-foot tree that was about 30 feet from the house was cut down. And there's no way that was going to grow tall enough to ever pose a problem or land on the neighbor's property, because the right-of-way is huge. The incident a couple of years ago when the Days protested and said, look, don't cut down those trees. They're great trees. They're not a danger, and no matter how much they grow, it's not going to be a problem. The staff on site that day said, we'll get further directions, and until then, we promise not to cut down the tree. So the days went on with their daily routine. Cynthia took her mother-in-law to the hospital. Tim went back into the house. And when they came out, the trees had all been removed. That is the beginning, or the end, whatever, of a mutual trust understanding between the homeowners and city staff. And I can understand, and I'm sure you can understand, why she and he are so upset, because they considered that they had a verbal promise that nothing would be done until they'd sorted out this height and potential danger thing. But that didn't happen. So fast forward to December 2018, staff show up to remove some of the rock retaining wall. Although none of that had apparently shifted, it was doing the job that it was installed to do. The road wasn't, on a shoulder when it's caving in, the asphalt starts to break up. That had stopped. There was stability. There was no soil going down the slope. Incidentally, since that part of the wall was removed, soil is starting to come down that wall, and I think if the city has opened itself to some kind of lawsuit if there's a real serious issue in the future. So anyway, on that day, Cynthia, the homeowner, asked the works crew, what is the scope of the work you're doing? Where is the relevant piece of paperwork, the work order, etc.? And she was told by the person in charge, I have been instructed not to talk to you. That was the entire discussion that was held. Cynthia was upset. So she got behind the snow fence and said, I'm going to stay here until this matter is resolved. She refused to step aside. The RCMP were called. They arrested Cynthia, took her away. It's important to note no charges were ever laid. She was released to go home, but by then the damage had been done, so there was nothing more she could do. And I asked the question, is that fair? Is that a course of action that a reasonable person would take? And I don't think it is. I want to also say that at all times during the discussion about this road right-of-way, Cynthia absented herself from all the discussions, never got involved in any of them. She made it clear that she was acting as a private citizen during the time of the confrontation with the work crew and the RCMP. And I can't blame or fault the RCMP either. They could see a situation where someone might get hurt. They've got to deal with it before it gets to be a problem. Whether it was overdone or not, that's the subject of a separate discussion. One of the things that you cannot do, and we've seen some clips here, one of the things, if you're being interviewed on TV or the radio or the newspapers, you cannot control is the final product. So Cynthia says that she always told them, I'm doing this as a private citizen. That's not very newsworthy. So it's not included in the gist of the thing. And to answer an earlier question, this whole censure procedure, Cynthia is innocent of any wrongdoing, and you have to prove that she did this willfully. And I don't think it's past that threshold. And I will quickly try to find my scribbling. In the video shown that accompanied point 5, your very own communications manager said, this is not a matter between a councillor and council. This is a matter between the city and an individual homeowner. So that shows that she continued to maintain that she was a private citizen, and any private citizen is allowed to stand in front of any city work crew and say, no, I don't want you to do this. And any private citizen can say, you know, I don't like the actions of this council. But that, you can't have it both ways. You can't say, you're not allowed to speak as a councillor, and then when she speaks as an individual, she's condemned as a councillor. And all the notes in your memo of May 22, she's always referred to as Councillor Day, not as Citizen Day. And I think that can tend to prejudice things. And I guess your advisor suggested that when he does affidavits or transcripts for discoveries, there's always an affidavit attached. Well, it's not up to Cynthia to provide those affidavits. It's up to you to show that she did not identify herself as a member of the of City Council. So I guess I'm going to conclude by saying she acted as a private individual, not as a member of council, and she conformed at all times to the policies set forth by council. She was not in violation of Colwood's Code of Ethics. And because she was not in violation of the Code of Ethics, she should not be censured, and the motion to censure her should be withdrawn and dismissed. And that's really all I have to say.
Thank you. So does that conclude? Because I'm going to go to council then to request, or they're allowed to now ask questions. So are you guys done?
Nope, we're not done.
Oh, okay.
Tim? Videos? So I may need, just while he's queuing this up, I could ask for some legal advice. I have a declared conflict of interest. When I spoke to the media, I spoke as a resident. I did not speak as a councillor. I'm sitting here in these chambers tonight as a councillor, and as this is being put forward, I'm not sure if I am allowed to stay in this room or if I need to absent myself, because I have consistently recused myself from anything to do in this chambers, anything to do with the Boulevard issue. I am not a part of this council for that.
What I always say when I'm asked questions about potential conflicts of interest is I do not give legal advice to individual councillors. That said, I'm prepared to respond if council would like me to, and I can say that we have had to address this issue in previous cases where we've dealt with censure and sanction proceedings, and where the issue has been raised as the ability of the council member to participate. And so I can say that our perspective, and I say our because it's one that isn't just my own, but other members of our firm who have been involved in this, are the view that procedural fairness demands that when a council member is facing a potential censure and sanction process like this, they are absolutely entitled to be present, and that their participation could not be deemed to be in breach of the conflict of interest provisions.
Saying that is up to you, Councillor Day, that is advice that the city lawyer has given to us, but that doesn't mean anything. I mean, it is what it is, right? Like, we can't. I mean, it's your responsibility, not mine. You made the declaration that you are in a conflict of interest, so it is your decision. It's not mine, and it's not our lawyer's responsibility to make that decision.
If I could just clarify, because, and I don't pretend to know all of the facts, but my understanding is when the declaration of conflict of interest was raised, it was when council was considering the issues surrounding the removal of the trees and the retaining wall, and there certainly wasn't a censure and sanction process before it at that time. So if the issue was the same, if there were more trees that were being considered for removal, the community charter requires that where a member has made a declaration of a conflict of interest and they want to resile or retreat from that, they have to give some indication that they've had legal advice. I don't view this as the same question, though, so I don't think that applies.
So, very difficult to decipher So, what I would like to do is ask if you would allow my husband to sit in my place for just a brief time while I step outside of the room to direct some documents for your information about the boulevard. I don't want to present information about the issue on the boulevard that could be construed as me providing input into an issue on which I have a conflict of interest. But there are facts that I think that you should know that speak to why I felt compelled to protest the city's actions.
I would suggest that if you're asking if your husband can be the technical person and run the clips, I do not see an issue with that whatsoever. You do have a representative, though, so the only person who will be speaking will be your representative.
Yes, my husband will just assist my representative to provide the documents to you, and my representative will speak to the documents. So I'm going to step outside of the meeting, and I'm going to leave it to my husband to present the facts. And my representative, with my husband's assistance.
And I'm going to learn more. I didn't hear your question, I'm sorry.
I'm saying, does anyone want to know a description of what these are?
Well,
the inspected representative who's only been with us a short time.
Well, Mr. Day, at the beginning of the hearing, I mentioned that the only people who would be speaking this evening, that there would be no public participation. The only people who would be speaking is staff, council, Councillor Day, and Councillor Day's representative. This is Councillor Day's representative.
That's March this year? That's what I thought. Okay. Okay. All right, so I'm informed that this is a picture of the boulevard before the city crews showed up in March 2017. You can see there's a lot of trees. I think you can see, and I'm assuming all council members all can see this. Is this the neighbor's house?
Oh, yes, sorry, you need to stay by your mic, unfortunately, because we're recording.
Okay.
Unless, oh yeah, we should give you a walking mic.
That's okay. I'm cool. Thank you. It probably would be easier if I walked over there. So this is the Day's house, lower left-hand side. These are the trees that have been planted. Here is the neighbor's house, the one that was impacted by a branch of one of these trees. But you can see quite easily that this tree and several of these other shrubs and trees were no danger to that house whatsoever. So, next. Find your way. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Technology, eh? And this, I take it, is the after. The trees up here are right in front of the Day's house, and this area is in front of the neighbor's house. You can see by the colors there the extent of the soil on the slope. You cannot see from that slope, if I was standing, say, around here, the roadway would be up there and the slope would be down there. It's a severe drop, and I don't remember how deep it is, but it is significant enough that I would not let my grandchildren play on that street for fear if they got a little too close to that slope, they'd be gone. That's, not scientific measurement.
May I just ask if you could point out where the Days property line is relative to their neighbors and where the city boulevard starts in front of their neighbor's house?
The right-of-way is here. The property does a strange dog leg coming up here. So it's really hard to see where the property line is. The diagonal line is your property line. The not quite parallel line to the top, that's the right-of-way. The one in front of the neighbor's house, slightly to the right of the X, the plus sign. To the right of the X or the plus sign is the right-of-way line. Well, that's what I meant. It's the right-of-way, yeah.
Yes, that's entirely visible.
So I think that the point that was made is that the concern the Days have is if the city did the same thing to the trees here and exposed a steep drop like that to their house, there's a strong potential of a landslide down into the house. And I don't think they want that to happen, or anybody wants it to happen. Should the city have shored it up? And I don't have to tell you folks, all over Colwood in that area, developers are building rock walls. And they're significant rock walls. They're not just 2 or 3 feet high, or 4 feet high as Mr. Day has built. These things got to be 20 feet plus. And maybe that should happen here. I don't know. I think it would be a lot of money. Anyway. Okay. What am I looking at here? The active FOA of the city?
So do you have a document of this?
Was that part of the
Councillor
FOI?
Day has requested that we provide documents when we present it. I'm asking the representative.
I do not know. To tell you the truth. I have not. So.
Your Worship, just a point of information. I'm trying to determine what the relevance of this is to the actions that took place on December 3rd and 5th. Thank
you. I'll look to the representative.
I'm led to understand that this is the engineer's report. The engineer's report that does not say that the top of the slope and the trees and the wall were posing any danger. But in all fairness, this should have been provided earlier. But it's part of the FOI? No? Okay. Well then.
Oh, sorry, I'm going to interrupt you again because you haven't answered the initial question from Councillor Logan, the relevancy of how this is relevant to December 3rd and December 5th.
I don't know, but I will take refuge in the fact that this should have been provided earlier. Is that any help at all? So therefore, if it wasn't submitted, it can't be.
Right, and I don't think, through you, Your Worship, that there's any dispute that the work was done.
Yeah.
Right, and there could be some dispute in terms of some of the actions beforehand. However, I think the purpose of tonight is to decide on the actions specifically on December 3rd and 5th, and whether they were appropriate and contravene the code of conduct. Period.
I think I'm told more of what it is, but I think in all fairness, this should have been submitted earlier and can be. I think the main issues from my perspective are that as Citizen Day, on the days in question, identified herself as a homeowner, that she wasn't in breach of the ethics. Now, this is an example, I'm digressing and I mentioned it earlier. Look at all this paper. You know, how can a reasonable person sort this out based on 25 years of notes and the way things were done then. Somebody come along and say, oh, that's okay, and that was it. You know, you never questioned, said, well, follow it up with a letter, I'll need it certified and all that stuff. And so people are human. They make mistakes. There's errors of judgment. But at the end of the day, the censure issue itself becomes irrelevant because she was not acting as a counselor in any of that, those news clips.
Okay.
So all of these documents had to be submitted.
Yeah.
You should have provided.
So I think what I'm going to do is we're close to 10 to 10. I'm going to need a motion to go past 10 o'clock in a moment here. But I know as well, council would like to at some point take a break for 5 to 10 minutes. So why don't we take a break now? That will give you 10 minutes or so to go through this material with Councillor Day and her husband, and perhaps you can, you know, expedite this a little bit and go through the documents that they want to present.
So my understanding was that if we had documents to submit, they should have been submitted at some point in the past, and they weren't. Does that mean they can't be submitted now, or they should be submitted later, or they're not considered? I honestly don't know. I only got the procedures myself yesterday. So.
Okay. Well, as I said, what we're going to do is we're going to recess. We can answer those questions during recess. That can allow the public to also take a 10-minute break. So I'm going to call for a recess and I'm going to ask for us to be expedient because I would like to return right at 10 o'clock. And then we'll look for a motion at 10 o'clock to go beyond, and we'll move on from there. So. Looking at the corporate officer, do I need the council's approval to do a break, or can I just make one?
No, you can simply recess
All
the
right,
meeting.
we're just recessing. So we're recessed for 10 minutes. Sure, yeah, let's do that. So, okay, thank you. Moved by Councillor Logan, second by Councillor Kobayashi to go past 10 p.m. this evening. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, we'll recess till 10. I'm going to ask people to take their seats, please.
So what I'd like to say is we don't have any, is that on?
Yeah, after 10 you're allowed to lose your tie. That's the rule here in.
Code of ethics.
What's
citizen?
You really shouldn't start
Therefore, there is no censure basis for censure.
If you want.
They disagree with that. Then I think there's a very good foundation for. And my concluding comments, if there's a space for it after that, is what Marley alluded to. You were elected last year for 4 years. Whether they like it or not, they got to work with you. So we need to clear this whole.
Sorry, we're just looking for Councillor Baxter. We've lost him somewhere. He's falling down somewhere.
I think I saw him driving out of the parking lot.
I'm going to call the council back to order. Councillor Day. You're still proceeding, I'm assuming.
Okay.
You guys had some documents.
I think that we had an opportunity to discuss during the break. I'm sorry. An opportunity to discuss this during the break, and the real issue here is censure. And our position is that Citizen Day is not bound by the Code of Ethics.
That's right.
She bent over backwards to identify herself as a private citizen. Therefore, there's no basis for a censure.
Okay. Thank you.
And so the documents become irrelevant to that particular issue.
Okay, thank you. So you have concluded.
I just would like to have you look at the actual ethics policy, and in every single clause, it does say that the ethics policy applies to me in the performance of my duties as a councillor. Every single clause.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You're done? Okay. Then council members may now ask questions of Councillor Day's presentation, if you have any. Councillor Parkinson? Oh, I'm sorry, and then Councillor Kobayashi.
Sorry, Councillor Day, could you direct me to that clause where you just referred to?
Absolutely. Just pulling up my copy here. I don't have it. Do you have it handy? There we go. This is the city's Code of Ethics, COD 001. There we go. Thank you. Okay. So it says that the rules set out apply to all exempt and regular employees, plus where applicable to City Council and its appointed committee members unless otherwise stated. And, sorry, Sorry, I've got to get past that. Past that. Not working for me in there. Yeah. So on page 3 of 8 of the Censure Sanction hearing report, about halfway down the page, it says under the header Conduct of Members on page 7 of the policy, it states, the conduct of members in the performance of their duties and responsibilities with the city must be fair, open, and honest. Below that, it says, members shall perform their duties to the best of their abilities with the policies and procedures and rules of orders governing the deliberation of public policy issues, meaningful involvement of the public, and implementation of policy decisions of the council by city staff. In every case, they say in the performance of your duties.
Councillor Parkinson, do you have any other follow-up questions? No? Okay, then Councillor Kobayashi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I have 3 questions / comments here. First of all, I was surprised to see your representation here tonight because I woke up this morning to an email from someone from a legal firm supposedly representing you, Amy Pizzosi or Capozzi. And so I was just wondering who that was. And
Amy Capozzi is my daughter. She's sitting in the audience in the front row, and she works for a legal firm. She is not my legal representative, and she did not say in her letter that she was my representative.
Okay, thank you. My second question is, so this is more, I guess, maybe for the for legal counsel here. So I'm having problems discerning between what a private citizen and a councillor are here. And I'm very surprised, sir, that you're a former naval officer and I'm a former Air Force officer. And and we 24/7, correct? And we were subject to the to Queen's regulations, no matter if we were private citizen Joe Blow or, you know, if we had uniform on or off. And, you know, you can't pick and choose your fights, I guess is what I'm trying to say here. So I have problems, you know, what is. And I always think that to myself, we have to hold ourselves above reproach to a normal citizen because of the fact that we just can't go breaking the laws whenever we feel like, because we're not above the law. In fact, we should be setting the example. So I guess I'm having issues of you know, when do you cut off private citizen? Because all the news media, of course, represented her as Councillor Day, you know, and I'm sure you know, you didn't tell them to do that, Councillor Day, but you know, we are supposed to be above reproach to me, you know, and that goes with, you know, as soon as we did that oath to the Queen, that's how I look at this right now. We are that. We're Councillor 24/7. We really are. So I'm having issues with that argument right now. And the third thing I just want to make comments on is that, you know, I really empathize. I mean, when I see the pictures there were good photos, and I totally empathize with what happened there. But I guess the whole issue tonight to me, call me a simpleton, but the issue was that there was there was comments that were made that were not nice to staffers, and that's what the issue is. That's what I thought we were here for. I don't know. I wasn't serving on council back when the trees were cut down and things like that. I mean, honestly, I assume people were doing their jobs and doing it properly. But what we're here tonight for is to discuss what exactly happened on December 3rd and December 5th. So that's where my head is. Thank you.
Sorry, was there a question there?
Yeah, I guess the question is, I mean, I guess it is to our lawyer right now. I mean, what are we? Can we pick and choose when we want to be a counselor, or, it's a fundamental question.
The issue that Councillor Day has to face is been framed as a breach of the Code of Ethics. So Councillor Kobayashi raises what I consider to be a more general point, and that is whether individuals who hold office should be held to a particular standard in all of their dealings and in their conduct generally. The Code of Ethics is a bit more narrow, though, in my view, and it's identified in the pages that Councillor Day just referred to, and in particular in terms of the opening words of conduct of members, speaks to the conduct of members in the performance of their duties and responsibilities with the city. So the issue that Mr. McElroy has presented to you is whether Councillor Day was, her actions were as a private citizen and therefore do not trigger and are not a breach of the Code of Ethics. I'm going to suggest that Council should consider the specific conduct and in particular, the specific comments. And, for example, consider that when Councillor Day is quoted as saying, we can only assume it is a personal vendetta, was that a personal vendetta that Councillor Day was speaking of against her as a private citizen, or a personal vendetta that was only activating council because of her status as a council member? I don't think that answers the question fully that Mr. McElroy has raised, but it is, at least from my observations, relevant to that question of whether or not the Code of Ethics applies. Because if Councillor Day if council views her comments as being, the members of council have a personal vendetta against me as a council member, is it possible then to frame her conduct as simply that of a private citizen, or does that trigger that application of the Code of Ethics because she's speaking in the performance of her duties in the sense that she's speaking of her status as a member of council? And you can ask that question with respect to each of the particular comments that have been identified in the Code of Ethics. I can't give you an answer, but all I can do is suggest that's maybe the analysis that you have to go through.
May I interject
with that?
just for a moment, because something that was said there has framed the discussion differently, and that causes me concern. The question is made whether this was a personal vendetta against me by council, and that is never what I said. I never implicated council whatsoever.
Thank you for putting that in context for me.
Councillor Baxter?
I would just like to point out that if then this alleged vendetta was by a member of staff or several members of staff even more so is that bringing in the role of the councillor, since presumably staff would have had no contact before April 17th with the citizen rather than the councillor. That the particular staff in place at the time, anyway.
May I answer that?
You may.
So the answer is no. The vendetta was specifically against me as a resident, having attended the city on the 28th, I believe, of March 2017. As a resident, I approached the counter. I was in attendance with my husband. We asked to speak to staff. We spoke to staff. I emailed staff as a resident afterwards with a summary of what I understood we had discussed at the meeting. Absolutely, my entire approach was as a resident.
Councillor Baxter and then Jensen.
To follow up on that, so why would, on that day that you approached the counter, why would staff have developed a vendetta at that point?
I can't speak to why people did what they did. I can only tell you what I did and what my motivation was. And I knew very well that anything that happens on my property to do with the city is, I can only speak to that as a resident. I did not participate in anything with council with regard to my property or adjacent property to mine. And I came and spoke to staff to try to understand how this had happened. I came as a resident to speak to staff as a resident. And for whatever reason that I am not required to try to explain someone else's behavior, they took exception to everything that we said and did, to the point where my comments in the media were evaluated by the investigator, the independent investigator, and they were found to be pointed and direct, but not defaming or abusive.
May I just...
you may do a follow-up, and then it's Councillor Jensen.
That investigator wasn't capable of determining what's defamation and what's not. I believe that has to happen in a court of law. I think if you're going to accuse people of really quite heinous goings-on, you are obliged to provide some information that shows that that actually existed, that what you're saying has some basis in truth. We can't know what goes on in people's minds, and unless they reveal it in their own words, we can only infer from their actions. But inferring it from their actions does not make it accurate. So we can believe all kinds of things about other people within ourselves, but as soon as we say them in public, we need something to back it up. Otherwise, that's just baseless rumor mongering.
So nothing that I have said is not backed up with facts. And if the city wanted to understand the entire situation, they would need to ask an independent investigator to review the city's actions on that file. I have loads of information. I can certainly share with you documents. I can tell you that the documents were on file here at the City of Colwood. That's all I can do, is I can present the facts. And the facts of the case are that I could not provide you with any reasonable explanation for the actions that were taken.
Certainly.
The point of this is for these facts to be presented.
Yeah, tonight is the night for those facts. So this is your opportunity to.
But I am hard-pressed to try to present those facts to you, having received 275 pages earlier. Many of those documents are old. They're not like they just happened. And I can tell you that point 4 of the investigator's report says, without question, we have been unrelenting.
Sorry, where could you point to for council where you're referring to and what you're reading from?
I'm reading from the summary of the investigator.
And do you have that available for council?
That has been provided to council already.
Okay. Well, I'm just clarifying because you seem to want every document I had. So I'm just wondering why I'm expected to provide every document, but you're not.
I can provide a copy, but I would have to find it in its redacted form for you. I am allowed to present the results of an investigation into me. I
So I'm just going to clarify. You are putting yourself at risk by identifying that, but if you believe that you can release those, then feel free.
My representative has just suggested to me that I step back, and it is up to the council to prove that the situation is worthy of a censure. What I started referring to was the policy that you're accusing me of breaching. The policy clearly says the conduct of members in the performance of their duties and responsibilities with the city. Now, I was not performing any duties or responsibilities for the city on the day in question when I was interviewed by the police, or not by the police, by the media, and answered the question about why someone would do it. Maybe it wasn't a good idea to try to answer why somebody would do it. I don't know why. I don't know of a single reasonable, verifiable fact that has been brought to my attention that would justify the actions that were taken on the boulevard. So either not all the information has been provided to council, or I can't even begin to imagine the scenarios that allow it to happen. I can only tell you that I don't know of any verifiable facts that would support what happened. So in the absence of any reasonable explanation, that was my response. I didn't say it to be hurtful. I said it because I just don't understand how we got to where we are.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jensen.
Thank you, Worship. A couple of points. I'm not sure if there might be a question here or not, but I mean, we watch these videos collectively as a group, and it's difficult for me to differentiate between Mrs. Day, the person, and Councillor Day, the council member. On one hand, we hear that she conducted herself as a member of our community. And then the very first words out of her mouth, I believe we watched it here as a group, that it's, this must be happening because I'm a council member. So I'm having a difficult time extrapolating or differentiating. I mean, you can't have it both ways. I believe she was right there in the news saying that, this is happening because she's a member of council. Well, that's a statement. The next bit, I mean, I've flipped through this code of conduct. It can't be taken in, we can't extract sort of one tidbit here and there and rely on that, because if you read it in its entirety, the theme through here is that members should conduct themselves, in a high ethical and moral standard. This is for our employees as well as us, and I would suggest that I personally believe that the community should hold us to a higher standard than our staff members. I don't read it in isolation from whether performing her duties or not, which might be up for question, but she clearly identifies that she is a member of council in the media at the time of these events, and then goes on to make statements that are, in my mind, reprehensible, and does it several times. And I don't think someone watching that, as in a member of our community, would differentiate between her being a resident or a council member. That's
Thank you. All right, is
So
there any other?
If I may respond to that,
Certainly.
please. It does clearly say in the performance of their duties and responsibilities with the city. In the community charter, the only member of council who is responsible to project the views of council as a whole is the mayor. There is nothing in the community charter that says that I can't hold a different point of view. That is, and I don't think that anyone, I've talked to other members of other councils in the Capital Region who've said everyone who is on council should be concerned if by being a member of council, suddenly we're not allowed to have an opposing view. So the policy that you are contending I have breached refers specifically to my performing my duties as a councillor and my responsibilities as a councillor. And when I'm in my own yard or at the top of my driveway, I am still a resident and I still have rights as a resident to speak up about what I feel is an unjust process. Now, when other similar situations have come forward, there has been a public process. There has been a report to council. There has been an opportunity for the public to have input and to have knowledge about what the plan is. this was not the case.
Councillor Logan, or Councillor Jensen, or you.
Thank you, Worship. First of all, I want to be absolutely crystal clear that nobody at this table is saying that people should not have a different opinion. It's how you express your difference in opinion through actions that matter. And that's precisely what we're discussing tonight. There's rarely when we have a unanimous view or vote, but we're not getting arrested. We're not. The issue here is impeding staff that are following council, not one council, but two councils, quite diverse councils, direction. So about the delineation between private citizen and council. I've been a member of council for 20 years. Once you wear that council hat, there is no telling whether you're a private citizen or you're a member of council. Your actions are judged as if you're a member of council. Period. No different than the military. You have expectations. The fact here is that work was done on city property, City Boulevard, after a complaint. And the question was, the statement was made earlier that private citizens can stop the works of city staff. That's not, I don't view that as being the case. We can't blockade a road. We can't blockade a road to prevent staff from resurfacing it, no more than we can barricade ourselves in a playground to prevent playground equipment to be installed or disassembled. If there's work to be done on a city property that prevents some risk as assessed by staff and a determination by council, then it is incumbent that that a councillor, regardless of their opinion, allow the work to continue. And I think there might be a difference. There's a difference between intent and impact. The impact here was the impression given to the public and to council and to staff that there were words that were derogatory, that left a mark. That might not have been the intent, but that was the impact. And I think that's the issue here. And I think if there was a true desire to act as a private residence, you extract yourself out of the situation. And so perhaps it would have been more appropriate. We wouldn't be sitting here if perhaps Mr. Day had been in Cynthia's place, and if Mr. Day had been the one that had been interviewed. But the fact is, a member of council was the one that was arrested, was interviewed, and that's the impression to the public. It's not citizen, it's councillor. And I think, as my colleague here had stated, people expect us, hold us to a higher level of standard, professionalism, and there's a reason why there's this code of ethics here. It's not a pleasant thing to go through, but it's I think the circumstances have put council into a difficult position to demonstrate to staff that we hold ourselves accountable and to that high standard. We don't only demonstrate that to staff who are looking at us, but we also demonstrate that to the general public. So I don't tell the difference between private and public citizen.
Okay, thank you.
That's what my opinion is. Thank you.
Thank you. There's several concerning things in Councillor Logan's statements. First of all, that two councils have authorized this work. And the previous council did not release anything from the in-camera, and the motion that this council passed speaks to a previous motion that has never been released from its in-camera status. So that is a breach of the community charter. Second of all, after there was a complaint, there was no complaint. That was clarified through the first draft of the press release. Third of all, that we are not allowed to prevent staff from doing their work. Absolutely. But we can protest what they were doing, and we certainly can point out that there was no public process. There are a number of my neighbors who are here. They knew nothing about what the city was doing. It was not published in a financial plan. It was not talked about at a budget meeting. It was not articulated to anyone on the boulevard or near the boulevard. The way that this unfolded was very unusual. And in terms of extracting people from a process, whether or not I should have been there, or if my husband should have been there, I have not given up my rights as a citizen when I represent the citizens at council. I have a reputation for being fair and endorsing process, and I expect that every resident in Colwood could count on there being a process in which meaningful consultation has a part to play. That is why I felt so strongly that I needed to protest what was happening. It was the lack of that public process. I heard more comments about the obligation of staff and how staff are covered by this policy. And I can show you the documents that do not justify the actions that were taken. And the fact that no information was provided about what was about to happen. I had no idea what the scope of the plans were.
So, Councillor Day, you've just stated that you have documents to bring to this council to demonstrate that that works. Do you have them?
I do.
Okay. And have you provided them to council ahead of time?
No, because this is my defense. And generally, the defense doesn't have to provide their documents.
I see. Okay. Go right ahead then. Sorry.
Just while Councillor Day is looking for those documents, I noticed that Public Works crews were mowing the lawn in the park near my house, and I don't remember anybody notifying me either. So the bottom line is, I don't think there's a responsibility for us to notify all the neighbors every time we go to do something, again, maintaining our own property. And I think that there are several years of correspondence leading up to this.
Do you have a permit for the park?
Leading up to this, there's several years of correspondence pertaining to the trees, the walls, what have you. So I don't think this is public works staff leaping out of some hidden area to all of a sudden show up and do some work. It shouldn't have been a big surprise.
Thank you. Councillor Day, you found those documents?
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I have the inspection report from city staff regarding the retaining wall. There is not one word that says safety. There is not one word that says liability. There is not one complaint. This is
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you asked for this.
I did, and then
But-
it was
but-
bad on me
Yeah,
because it's not relevant.
this
You're
is
right.
to do with what happened on the boulevard
You are
long before December 3rd or December 5th.
Yeah, and that's on me, and I apologize to council and to the committee. Does anyone else? We are still on Councillor Day's questions. Does anyone else have?
Mr. Mayor, if I could just speak to the relevance. So what I heard from a member of council was about the process and whether or not it was reasonable. I think everyone understands that we had a highway use permit, that all of the works were identified in the highway use permit, and there was an allegation that you heard tonight in the documents that were presented by the communications manager speaking to the media, saying that there was an allegation of a safety concern. I am telling you that here is the document of the inspection of that area that does not mention safety or liability even once.
So it is my understanding that the individual or company that cut the trees that are in question was an arborist, and that the
No, they're not an arborist.
Staff have informed me that they were.
Well, they're not.
Well,
I have checked. They do not have certification.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Day. All right. Moving on to any further questions. I'm sorry.
I just had a question, Your Worship. Could this whole situation been avoided if an encroachment agreement was signed?
No.
Okay. I think we have a disagreement there.
Yeah,
but
we
thank
do.
you.
Well,
No.
I think that could be explained. The no could be explained because, I mean, in my mind, it could have been avoided if the encroachment agreement had been signed. I just wonder why you say no.
Because the purpose of the encroachment agreement was to be able to take everything away and destroy the walls anyways.
No. No. The encroachment agreement was to allow you to have access to that land. Yeah, and taking the liability from the city. The city does not want to have liability where a private individual has access to that land. The city it needs to do one of two things. The city either needs to maintain that property or needs to have a legal document in place to move that liability to an individual. It's one or the other. You don't get both.
So the advice that I've received is that signing an encroachment agreement would have weakened the agreement that we already had with the city, going back some 24 years, that was already in place.
Councillor Baxter?
Is our legal advice able to speak to the continued validity of that permit from 24 years ago?
The legal advice on this matter was given by my colleague and was received in camera and has been the subject of the legal advice exemption in respect of the FOI production. So unless council, I think, is going to waive that legal advice, and I would then need an opportunity to review it. I've skimmed it once, but I didn't write the opinion, so.
Looking to our corporate officer.
Just a point of clarification, it was withheld under legal advice, but it was also withheld because there was a threat of litigation for this particular property, and the statute of limitations on the rock wall in specific has not expired.
Okay, thank you. Does that help, Councillor Baxter?
Could I offer something?
So I'm waiting for Councillor Baxter to reply.
Well, it doesn't help clarify anything, but it helps me understand why we can't have it clarified that way. But I know myself, I've seen the expiry date on the permit, but I'm certainly not a lawyer, so I can't offer an opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
yeah.
if I may, I just want to remind council that on more than one occasion, my husband and I have both offered to sign an agreement stating that we would not sue the city.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions? Okay, I have one question and one statement, and I'll just, first of all, I'd just like to Dr. Tim Smith, who is a political scientist in regards to private versus a public official. In the ethical realm, you can wear the mask of a private citizen by rationalizing your negative action as not relevant to the role as a public official. So I would suggest that there is relevancy to what was happening at Charnley Place. I believe there's relevancy in that there was a council direction. And the question I have for Councillor Day was, on December 3rd and December 5th, were you aware that staff were working under the direction of council?
Mm-hmm. No. So because the previous council had never released a motion from its in-camera classification, I had no knowledge. I had completely excluded myself from any discussion at this table and declared a conflict of interest, and I had absolutely no knowledge. The only knowledge that I had is what was released publicly, so I did not,
okay.
and in fact, I was concerned that not all the information was available.
So my follow-up question to you then, Councillor Day, is would your behavior be different had you known?
Yeah, that's it's very difficult to go back and say what you would have done. In retrospect, I just really feel that I was between a rock and a hard place. I could not provide input at council. I was not given any information as a resident, nor was any other resident. And I was very concerned about what was proposed because I didn't know what it was.
Thank you. I'm seeing no other questions from council. Seeing none, then we are now.
Sorry. The discussion was in camera, but then we rose and reported, if I'm not mistaken. So that is a public declaration culminating from an in-camera meeting. Am I correct in that assumption? Maybe we could clarify with staff.
We can clarify.
Council's resolution reaffirming the previous decision was done on November the 26th and released to the open meeting that night.
So, okay, thank you. All right, moving on then. Excuse me.
I'm sorry, I missed the response.
The response was that the resolution of council authorizing the works was released from in camera on November the 26th.
Right. The November the 26th resolution refers to a previous resolution that was never released. So, you know, I can't possibly believe that that was a well-informed decision when it refers to something that, as far as I know, doesn't exist.
Do we have access to this for clarity's sake, Mr. Mayor? Perhaps it can be read out, this resolution.
The November 26th resolution? Staff would have to find it.
Can you read out the February 26, 2018 resolution?
I would need a resolution of council releasing that from in camera, and then yes, we could.
Mm-hmm. So it was never released, and you know that.
Okay. Oh. In the FOI redacted minutes that were provided to Mr. Day on Monday, November 26, 2018, the release of in-camera resolutions that the following November 26, 2018 in-camera resolution be released from an in-camera classification, Municipal Boulevard at 3550 Charnley Place and 3546 Charnley Place, that whereas Council resolves on February 26, 2018 to direct the city to unilaterally authorize the encroachment agreement with the owners of 3546 Charnley Place, authorizing the use of the boulevard for the existing retaining wall. And whereas the owners were given 2 opportunities to sign and return the encroachment agreement, January 31st, 2018 and April 12th, 2018, or the city would remove the retaining wall from the boulevard without further notice. And whereas, as of November 26, 2018, the signed encroachment agreement has not been received by the city, now therefore the Council of the City of Colwood reaffirm the February 26, 2018 resolution and direct staff to remove the retaining wall from the boulevard at 3546 Charnley Place without further notice, and that the owners be billed for the cost of incurred by the city.
So I just would add that the encroachment agreement that's being referred to was we were not offered an opportunity. We were told to sign the encroachment agreement or everything's being torn down. So that is trying to coerce us, not trying to give us an opportunity.
Okay. Seeing no other questions by Councillor Day, once all the presentations have been heard, Council will now deliberate and make a decision to possibly censure and sanction. The easiest and best way to do this is if we all go to page 6 of 37, and there are 6 possible breaches that may have occurred. What I am going to do is I'm going to look at number 1 first, and I'm going to look for 6 motions. So number 1, Councillor Day's action of December 3rd, 2018, and I'm looking for someone to either say was or was not a breach of the city's code of ethics, where members were required to show respect for process. The policy states members must respect the implementation of policy decisions of the council by city staff, and under policy roles of members, it states, nor shall they impair the ability to staff to implement council policy decisions.
Mr. Mayor, may
Yes.
I ask you a question about
May.
that? In regard to the issue, on what occasion was the public allowed to make comment?
In regards to?
The report.
Sorry, which report are we speaking of?
About the city's actions. So the city has resolved to do something. The city usually would have an opportunity for the public to comment on what the plan was. So when was that opportunity?
Well, I'm going to actually look for a motion first, Councillor Day, and then we can go to discussion. So may I have a motion first, please, and then we can have a discussion.
what, excuse me.
Yep, go ahead.
Where are you?
I am
I'm
on
lost in all
page 6 of 37. Are you,
Okay, page 6 of 37.
maybe you have a different agenda than I have.
I just deal with what's.
Look at the bottom. I'm looking at the bottom. So sorry, if it might be, yeah.
6 of 37.
So it might be page 4 of 8, if that's easier. If you're looking at the top.
That's where we're at.
So we're at 4, discussion,
Yep.
and we are on point number 1. There are six possible breaches, and we're going to go through each one of them.
Okay.
So I am looking for a motion on the first. Is there a motion? Councillor Baxter?
I'm going to make a motion that it is not, which is probably going to surprise some folks, but I'm doing that on the basis that civil disobedience that doesn't hurt anybody but waste public money is a long and storied thing, and usually lauded in retrospect. In history.
Actually, I'm not going to let you motivate. So I'm just, I'll let you motivate
sorry,
after.
I'm motivated.
So you've made the motion. I need a seconder. You're going to second that? Okay. So it's moved by Councillor Baxter, seconded by Councillor Parkinson, that Councillor Day's action of December 3rd, 2018 was not a breach of the city's code of ethics. And then I'm just going to read through the rest. So. Discussion. Now I'll let you, Councillor Baxter.
Well, I think I made my point, and I'm sure I'll be attacked on the fact that it's factually inaccurate what I'm saying, but I'm just doing this as a way of saying this is not something I would ever want to pursue, and I would hope we wouldn't be sitting here if that's all that happened, because I don't see anybody was injured thereby.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Parkinson, then Day.
So I've got a whole bunch of comments, and maybe now's a good time to dive into them. So I've gone through this report. I spent a fair bit of time on it. This issue concerns me. And I think I really want to start by acknowledging the support that Councillor Day got from members of her committees, and that we did get a lot of support for the committee work she had done over the years. I think we have to acknowledge that. I have to say, frankly, I don't care about her arrest. I think she can be arrested if she wants to be. That is not an issue to me at all. And I think, the elephant in the room is that this is what we're dealing with is the tip of the iceberg. We haven't talked virtually for, we've been here for hours, and we spent 10 minutes maybe talking about the issues on what did she say about city staff. We've heard a lot of things about process and about bullying and harassment and things that may well be relevant and need to be discussed. And I've encouraged Councillor Day before to, if you feel that that's how you've been treated, bring it forward. But we are dealing with a tip of the iceberg. That's the issue in front of us. It's the December 3rd and 5th comments. I look at the code of ethics. As an engineer, I've had a code of ethics my whole life. I don't shy away from them. I think they're frankly just codifying reasonable and sensible behavior. I don't worry about codes of ethics at all. I do think they're important. So I start with application. Apply to all exempt and regular employees of the City of Colwood, plus where applicable to City Council. So, that it is relevant to us for sure. Conduct of members. Conduct of members in performance of their duties and responsibilities with the city must be fair, open, and honest. Members shall refrain from abusive conduct, personal charges, or verbal attacks upon the character or motives of other members of council, committees, the staff, or the public. To me, that's pretty clear. Advocacy. When presenting their individual opinions and positions, members shall explicitly state they do not represent council, that committee, or the City of Colwood. I think that's clear, too. Policy. Members shall not interfere with the administrative functions of the city or the professional duties of city staff, nor shall they impair the ability of staff to implement council decisions. Positive workplace environment. Members shall treat other members, the public, and city staff with respect, and shall be supportive of the personal dignity, self-esteem, and well-being of those with whom they came in contact during the course of their professional duties. breach of code and consequence. Members themselves have the primary responsibility to ensure their ethical standards are understood and met, and the public can continue to have full confidence in the integrity of the governance of the City of Colwood. You know, this Mark Brené interview, was she a private citizen? Was she a councillor? Well, she's referred to as councillor. You know, she talks about lack of abuse. This Mark Brené, gotcha. Okay, well, this cuts deeper than just trees. You say this is a way to suppress your voice because you say council, I guess, or somebody at City Hall might not like the fact that you've been opposed to several decisions. Councillor Day, that's correct. I've spoken truth to power and hasn't always been well received. The city is not above the law and justice doesn't need to be seen to be done. There needs to be a public process. We know she's big on public process, not arguing with it, but he was talking to her as council. She was saying it was the city that was the abuser here. Council has only one employee that we review, this chief administrative officer, and my voice has been silenced there because of this outstanding issue that's gone on for too long. Again, she says that's the truth. May well be, but whether she should be saying it as a councillor, I believe not. Says there will have to be a judicial review. To us being you and your husband Tim, we can only assume it's a personal vendetta. Again, those were the words of Mark Brené, but she didn't dispute them. So you know, she didn't say them, but he said them to her. So I would suggest that you can't let it slide if you don't think it should be said. So, and I know I'm straying a little bit from the actual motion in front of us, but you know, again, I think it's got to go. Another interview where she says, I think this council needs to come clean about what's happened here. We can only assume it's a personal vendetta. I don't like that language. I don't think that's appropriate.
Mr. Chairman, isn't this the stopping staff from moving, not the...
Yeah, I understand I'm all over the place, but it's just, do I want to pitch in this, or I just thought since I had these comments, I've listened quietly all night, I was going to say them.
Do you want me to stop? It's a point of order, and
I think we need those comments in the later discussions about the remarks, and I would hate for Councillor Parkinson to waste them all on this item that they have no relevance to, and then you know, he spent his shot before we get there.
So Councillor Parkinson, I'm going to take Councillor Baxter's advice and ask you that you stick to the comments regarding the motion.
So my only note on this particular section was that I think it's problematic what happened there, but I'm going to accept that she doesn't forfeit her rights as a private citizen, and she's perfectly entitled to protest the city thing.
All right, thank you. Is there any other comments? Councillor Day.
Thank you. I just want to add, this has been about December 3rd, and I just want to remind Council what I actually did. I took a chair, I put it on the other side of the snow fencing on the roadway. I sat in the chair and I held up a sign. That sign said, "No public process." I was protesting a lack of process.
So as a clarification question, when asked to move to allow the work to happen, Councillor Day refused. Is that incorrect?
Sorry, that is incorrect. What I said was that I would move when the city got an injunction. By getting an injunction, the city would have to show an independent third party what their plan was and why they were doing it. Something that hadn't been shared with me.
Thank you. Any other comments? The only comment that I would say is I'm going to be voting in the positive to this, or excuse me, on the negative to this. I believe that there was a violation. I sincerely believe that when staff are directed by council to go do work, it is our responsibility as a council to support our staff as best as possible to fulfill their responsibilities. If we don't have that ability as a council, I'm not really sure what we're doing here. So I will not be supporting the motion. Anyone else commenting before I call the question? Councillor Baxter and then Day.
I think it's unfortunate to suggest that, saying that you'll move if you get an injunction means that you're not obstructing anything. However, I still support Councillor Day's right to do what she did, just because of the large sweep of history.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Day.
Thank you. And I just want to reiterate that what I was protesting was the lack of a public process. So if council gives direction to staff without the right process, without any opportunity for the public to know or comment, I think that's wrong. And I think that all I was trying to do was call attention to the fact that there had been a lack of a proper process to get to where we were.
Okay. Seeing nobody else, I'm going to call the question. So the question is, or excuse me, just to reinforce this, is the Councillor's Day's action of December 3rd, 2018 was not a breach of the city's code of ethics. All those in favor? Opposed? 4 opposed. Councillor Kobayashi, Mayor Martin, Councillor Jensen, Councillor Logan. So that motion fails. Is there any other motions before I move on to the second?
Your Worship.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Logan.
Second.
Second by Councillor Baxter. Discussion? Oh, Jens, what did I say? It's getting tired, man. Sorry, my apologies. That was what the motion is, yes. Discussion? Councillor Day?
Thank you. I just will reiterate that it clearly says in the Code of Conduct that this Code of Conduct regulates our behavior acting on behalf of council in the performance of our duties as a council member. I was not there as a council member.
Okay, thank you. Any other? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? It carries with Councillor Parkinson, Councillor Baxter, and Councillor Day opposed. Moving on to number 2. Councillor Day's comments may be made to the media on December 3rd, 2018 was or was not a breach of the city's code of ethics, more specifically under the code under conduct of members, where it states members shall refrain from abusive conduct, personal charges, or verbal attacks upon the character or motives of other members of council, committees, the staff, or the public. This is in regards to the interview of December 3rd, 2018 on check. It's the will of council.
Can I clarify, we're talking about number 2, the 3 circled items?
Oh, so Councillor Baxter, there are 6 possible breaches that we're going through. We're going through each of the 6.
Okay, so is number 2 just the first circle?
So number 2 is where it begins on December 3rd, 2018. Councillor Day participated in an interview with Czech News. The Czech News video is available here.
Yeah, and it goes all the way to suppress my voice?
Yes, and then you'll see at the bottom of after I gather that this is a way to suppress my voice, you'll see that that there's, I don't know if you have it in bold, but it's bold in mine.
Yeah.
Where it says Councillor Day's comments made to the media on December 3rd, 2018 may be a breach.
Yeah.
So I need to.
I'll move that it is.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Moved by Councillor Baxter, seconded by Councillor Parkinson. Discussion? Councillor Day.
I was clearly not operating in council chambers, clearly not representing the views of council. I was speaking to my personal views as a resident, which is clearly indicated in the policy, does not cover.
Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Can you just reread the question again?
Sorry, yeah, certainly. Sorry, just as a clarification. So Councillor Day's comments made to the media on December 3rd, 2018 was a breach of the city's code of ethics, more specifically under, conduct of members, where it states members shall refrain from abusive conduct, personal charges, or verbal attacks upon the character or motives of other members of council, committees, the staff, or the public.
Your Worship, I would like to speak to this before we...
Certainly. Yeah, discussion. It's all yours.
So on page 25 of 35, which you only see when you scroll, but it is the Code of Ethics, page 8 of 9. There is a section entitled Positive Workplace Environment. And I'm going to read to that with council's indulgence. Members shall treat other members, the public and city staff, with respect and shall be supportive of the personal dignity, self-esteem, and well-being of those with whom they come in contact with during the course of their professional duties. That's the critical piece, and I think that I do not see how it would ever be possible to be supportive of the personal dignity, self-esteem, and well-being of those whom you come in contact with during the course of your professional duties if whether outside of your professional duties or not, you accuse them without offering any evidence, even now in the hearing, still no evidence offered, of conducting a vendetta. And the other words in that section. I'm just going to introduce a personal note and say I've been there as a member of staff, and it doesn't just potentially hurt your professional prospects, but it hurts. It emotionally hurts. And I gather from what Councillor Day has said here tonight that she did not intend to hurt anybody. And I believe that Councillor Day is a good person who goes around our community helping people in every way that she knows how. And I believe her when she says she didn't intend to hurt. I think that what happened on her boulevard did come as a shock. And we've seen how members of the public do not like to be taken by surprise by things that they find unpleasant. And I don't blame them. And I think a phone call ahead just to sort things out is always a good idea, even if it's to deliver bad news. And that's maybe something we should get better at, because this is not certain. This is certainly not the only time it's happened in my experience. But we can't expect everybody to be perfect on every day. We can just keep trying. So I think in this case somebody has been hurt. I think that the Code of Ethics is a good Code of Ethics because it says that we shouldn't do things like this, level accusations at people in public, especially without any basis other than a belief. And I think that if the Code of Ethics is to mean anything, we need to stand up and say this has been a breach of the code of ethics. And quite frankly, I don't care if a court of law turns it over. We will have to rewrite the code of ethics then. We need to say this is not what we want to happen. And I don't say that from there follows any particular action. That will be decided later. But we need to say this is wrong according to our code of ethics, written well or written badly.
Thank you. Councillor Day?
Thank you. I just want to say that I have read to you from documents that show there was no safety concern. There's no safety concern mentioned in the engineer's report of the inspection of the area. That is a basic fact. I've been unable to find a good reason for what happened, and in the absence of being able to find any reason, and especially given many of the circumstances that led to the situation developing the way that it did, it's more, there is no process, there is no place, there is no, I was treated differently than other members of the community who had a similar situation. When other members of the community had a situation, their situation came forward to council in an open meeting with a report. They were offered an opportunity to speak to it. It wasn't, from 2 years ago, sitting on my back veranda, drinking my morning coffee, having a bucket truck show up in your property area and start cutting things down. That was my notice. So something went wrong with the process here. And because of my limitations with my declared conflict of interest, I can't describe it all to you. It's put me in I'm still in a very unfair situation. So my intent was not to hurt. I tried to say things as carefully as possible. My intent was not to hold this council responsible, because this council was very new and I didn't expect that everyone would be up to speed. So I tried to say it as respectfully and as non-personally as I could.
Okay. Just as a personal point, Councillor Day, just so that you're aware, my house, when the sewers went down Portsmouth Drive, the city came and cut down a tree on my front yard. I went and complained, and the city said, so within the first 6 feet, it's ours. And that was it. That was all I got. So I had no process. I had nothing. City just arrived at my property and cut the tree down. I came home that night and it was gone. So it's not something that happens just once. This is it's a practice, and we cut trees on a regular basis, I've been told, with the city, and it's part of our management plan. So I hear what you're saying, but it's not just you that it happens to. It happens to all of us. Well, at least it happened to me. Is there any other comments regarding this motion?
I would like to speak to it.
Sure. Are you going to defend why you guys cut down my tree?
I'm pleased to say that was before my time, and I'm sorry to say that they were telling you a fib, saying that they just cut down anything on the first 6 feet. No. But one thing that this speaks to, and I'm speaking to the whole thing and also to Councillor Day's remarks, is that dealing with this when there's a councillor involved is complex. I watched Councillor Day go through this tortuous issue of having to be recused, but having to be involved and wanting to be involved because it's, it's her property. And it would be really good if we thought this through. I think that we, as a government, usually try not to treat councillors differently from anybody else. We try to treat them as exactly the same, but that's actually not possible in a case like this. And I think maybe probably when the new CAO gets here, we should talk about, is there a special protocol when there's a councillor involved to try and mitigate this issue? I don't know what it would be. We need to talk it over with people like Barry Williamson and the new CAO and try and come up with a protocol or even a special team that deals with it, unlike any other, just because it can get so horribly complicated. Councillor Day said earlier this evening, I don't know of any single verifiable fact that would justify what happened on the boulevard. And I have every sympathy with that, and I don't know if that's the way it should have happened. It happened over several people's watches in different positions, and particularly on council, and so it's hard to know all of the facts all at once. But that's not the issue here tonight, and it's not the issue with this motion, because we don't know of any single verifiable fact that would justify the accusations made. That's the issue, and you don't get to justify doing something wrong by saying, I was done wrong. You don't say, Tommy hit me, therefore I can hit him. We got rid of that a long time ago. And it's unfortunate when you're upset, angry, and feeling picked on, but it's something we have to be strong enough to do, is not insult, not accuse. You can complain about the process, I feel. You can disagree with everything, but you can do it without breaking the code. And I have had no explanation of why the code had to be broken in order to protest. And we all know it didn't have to be broken. There's lots you can say without accusing people of really quite bad things. So that's why I reiterate, we need to identify this as a breach of our code.
Thank you. So just to respond to the question that it's hard to know the facts. So why would the city not investigate? I asked for an investigation. I was denied. I asked for a public process. I was denied. I offered to put it in writing that I would not sue the city so that there could be a public process, and I was denied. I'm not sure what more I could do to try to solve the situation of not knowing the facts.
Any other statements before I call the question? Seeing none? Okay. Yeah, I will reread the question again. So the motion is Councillor Day's comments made to the media on December 3rd, 2018 is a breach of the city's code of ethics, more specifically under conduct of members, where it states members shall refrain from abusive conduct, personal charges, or verbal attacks upon the character or motives of other members of council, committees, the staff, or the public. Councillor Day.
And I just want to reiterate that it does clearly state in the policy that you're saying that I've breached, that that policy applies while I'm performing my duties as a councillor.
Thank you. I'm going to call the question. Seeing no other questions. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Day opposes. Moving on to number 3. This is in regards to the interview on CFAX. Councillor Day's comments made to the media on December 4th, 2018 is or is not a breach of the city's code of ethics, more specifically under conduct of members, where it states members shall refrain from abusive conduct, personal charges, or verbal attacks upon the character or motives of other members of council, committees, the staff, or the public. What's the will of council? Yes, thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Logan. So Councillor Kobayashi and then Logan. Discussion? Councillor Day.
I again contend that I have a right to speak as a resident about issues that affect me without that being my role on council.
All right, thank you. Is there any other? Councillor Baxter?
I'd like to support Councillor Day's right to speak against, but not to accuse people of, let me just say, bad things.
Okay. All right, thank you. Is there any other comments? I will comment on this one. I will not actually be supporting the motion on this one. I think it's questionable, and if it's questionable, I cannot support it. So this is the Mark Bernier one. 3. So is any other discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to read the motion one last time. Councillor Day's comments made to the media on December 4th, 2018 is a breach of the city's code of ethics, more specifically under conduct of members, where it states members shall refrain from abusive conduct, personal charges, or verbal attacks upon the character or motives of other members of council, committees, the staff, or the public. All those in favor? Opposed? 3 opposed. Councillor Day, Councillor Baxter, Mayor Martin opposed that one, but it passes. Moving on to number 4. This is in regards to okay, sorry. Councillor Day came to the work area creating, this is not a media issue. This is the one where it's Councillor Day came to the work area creating a safety concern, and when asked to leave by the staff, she refused. When asked to leave by the RCMP, she refused and then was arrested by the RCMP. Councillor Day's actions of December 5th, 2018 is or is not a breach of the city's code of ethics, more specifically under policy roles of members, where it states, nor shall they impair the ability of staff to implement council policy decisions. What's the will of council? I'm going to, sorry, I got 2 hands, so I'm going to go Baxter. Or Baxter, you're talking too much. Councillor Parkinson. I'm kidding, you're not talking. All right, thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Baxter seconded that one. Is there any discussion? Councillor Baxter, then Day.
I won't say all the things I said on number 1, but they all apply.
Okay. Councillor Day.
Thank you. I just want to point out that on the day in question, I had no idea what the scope of the work was, and my concern was for protecting the trees. Where I was standing was not in the work area. It was about 10 feet from my driveway. It was at the base of the big tree, in between 2 trees. So I was standing there in the hopes that none of the trees, and staff would not answer in terms of, are you cutting down trees? And they didn't. They said they'd been directed not to speak to me. And so with no idea, those trees are very important to the trees that are on my property, because as you know, trees work as groups. And I just wanted to try to prevent any further trees from being lost.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Logan?
Thank you. Just a question through you to Councillor Day. Where you were standing, was that on city property?
It is on city property, on the boulevard, but it is less than 10 feet from my property line.
Right. So I think, thank you. And so I think the point here is Councillor Day was on city boulevard, city property, hindering the ability for city staff to carry out council direction. And I think that's probably of all the motions, that's probably the clearest in my perspective.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Day?
Thank you. And I just want to point out that where I was standing is on the map attached with the highway use permit that was still in effect, and that I was there as a resident, not as a member of council. And that was very clear.
All right. Any other comments? Seeing none, I will read it one more time. This motion is Councillor Day's action of December 5th, 2018 was not a breach of the city's code of ethics, more specifically under policy role of members where it states, nor shall they impair the ability of staff to implement council policy decisions. Call the question. All those in favor of that motion? Those opposed? Includes myself. So Councillor Kobayashi, Mayor Martin, Councillor Jensen, Councillor Logan, oppose.
I'll make a motion, Your Worship, that this was in fact a breach of our code of ethics.
Okay, thank you. Moved by Councillor Jensen. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Logan.
What number are we on,
We're
please?
still on 4.
On 4.
Any discussion? Seeing none, then I will read the motion one more time. Councillor Day's action of December 5th, 2018 was a breach of the city's code of ethics, more specifically under policy roles of members where it states, nor shall they impair the ability of staff to implement council policy decisions. All those in favor? Opposed? It passes. Councillor Parkinson, Councillor Day, Councillor Baxter, oppose. And number 5. This is in regards to the check interview of December 5th. Councillor Day's comments made to the media on December 5th was or was not a breach of the city's code of ethics, more specifically under code of members. Members shall refrain from abusive conduct, personal challenges, or verbal attacks upon the character or motives of other members of council, committees, the staff, or the public. What's the will of council? It is. Okay, thank you. Councillor, you second it? Okay, discussion. Councillor Day.
Thank you. As I had no information about what was proposed and staff would not answer as to what the scope was, I had no other information to go on, which is why I said that I thought it was on a whim. And so it seemed to me to be a personal attack. I was only speaking to my own opinion as a resident. So I don't feel that I was breaching the city's code of ethics at that time.
Okay, any other discussion? Seeing none, do you guys need me to read it again? Okay, Councillor Day's comments made to the media on December 5th, 2018 was a breach of the city's code of ethics. More specifically, under conduct of members, members shall refrain from abusive conduct, personal charges, or verbal attacks upon the character or motives of other members of council, committees, the staff, or the public. Calling the question, all those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Day opposed. And then number 6, and this is in regards to the CTV interview. Councillor Day's comments made to the media on December 6th may be a breach, or may not. So I'm not going to read it all again. I'll read it at the end. It is a breach. Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Second, moved by Baxter, second by Kobayashi. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll read the final one. Councillor Day's comments made to the media on December 6, 2018 was a breach of the city's code of ethics, more specifically under conduct of members. Members shall refrain from abusive conduct, personal charges, or verbal attacks upon the character or motives of other members of council, committees, the staff, or the public. Councillor Day.
Thank you. I'd just like to point out that you could keep only reading a part of the ethics policy. And the ethics policy does say, always says, with regard to your actions as a member of council and performing your duties. In all cases where you're quoting the ethics policy has already stated that that is governing only your actions as you are representing the city.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Day opposes. That brings us to the end of the censure portion of this. We now move on to if everyone can go to page 7 of 8, if you're following along, which is number 3, which is if council adopts. Oh, so sorry. Do I the 6 motions that I've just done? Thank you. I was just clarifying with our legal if there needed to be an actual statement around that Councillor Day has been censured, but it's been taken care of. So moving on to option. Oh, excuse me. No.
That there has been a breach of the code of ethics.
Yes.
Found, but then it is up to
council
to decide whether or not to formally censure.
Okay. Thank you.
Consequence of its findings,
which would be number 2. Okay, thank you. So if council resolves to censure Councillor Day in relation to the above matters, the following motion would be in order. And to be honest, I'm going to let the mover, because I'm running out of a voice.
Your Worship, I'll move that in December 2018, in contravention to the city's code of ethics, Councillor Day interfered with staff in the performance of their duties and questioned the character and motives of council and members of staff in public through the media. Council of the City of Colwood wishes to publicly censure Councillor Day for her inappropriate actions and offers the city's sincere apology for the impact of those actions on staff and our community.
Thank you. I have a mover.
Second.
Thank you.
Your knees hit the...
Did I lose it again? Oh, I did. My apologies. I don't know how I'm doing that. You want to read it one more time since so the audience can hear you?
Sure, Your Worship. I'll move that in December 2018, in contravention to the city's code of ethics, Councillor Day interfered with staff in the performance of their duties and questioned the character and motives of council and members of staff in public through the media. Council of the City of Colwood wishes to publicly censure Councillor Day for her inappropriate actions and offers the city's sincere apology for the impact of those actions on staff and our community.
Thank you. So that was moved by Councillor Logan, second by Councillor Jensen. Discussion?
I'd like to propose an amendment.
Okay.
I'd like to strike the word council. Nothing that I said was about council.
Did you want to, you don't have to.
If I could clarify, I was specifically asked about council. And I specifically excluded council from my comments.
can I ask for a question on that?
You may.
Are you saying that happened every single interview?
Every single interview that I was asked about council, I clearly identified that I did not feel that it was with council. It was with the administration.
Oh, sorry, it's an amendment. How do I handle amendments? Does it have to go through, does he have to agree, or how does that work? She moves it, he seconds it, and then we vote on the amendment? Is that correct? Okay, thank you. All right, so I have a mover, which was Councillor Day, seconded by Councillor Parkinson. And Councillor Day, can you repeat the motion for staff one final time?
It's to remove council from the motion.
Okay.
And I'm also not operating as a councillor. I'm Cynthia Day when I did what I did.
Okay. Any other discussion? See, this is just on the with. Yeah, it's just the amendment, right?
I can read the motion as amended. That in December 2018, in contravention of the city's code of ethics, Cynthia Day interfered with staff in the performance of their duties and questioned the character and motives of members of staff in public through the media. Council of the City of Colwood wishes to publicly censure Councillor Day for her inappropriate actions and offers the city's sincere apology for the impact of those actions on staff and on our community.
I'm going to go to Parkinson because he seconded it, and then I'll go to Logan.
Yeah, I didn't second that. I second the removal of council. I can agree that I do believe that she was cautious and did not slag council, but I personally think that in a number of cases she was acting as Councillor Day, so I'm not supporting her removing Councillor Day from the motion.
Councillor Day, do you wish to separate those? Or how do you wish?
Sure, that's probably the best way.
Okay. So we'll separate that. So first of all, we'll just talk about the motives of council. So we're removing the word of just council, which Councillor Parkinson has seconded. We're all good? And then I'm going to go to Councillor Logan.
Thank you, Your Worship. While perhaps not directly targeting council, there were a couple statements that were made that would suggest that her comments were directed towards council, as in they did this all on a whim. I've been targeted. And also, unfortunately, they are abusing that power against me. The people that have the power are members of council that make the decisions. And that's certainly how it landed on me.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Day?
Thank you. That's certainly not what my words say, and that isn't certainly how I intended them. And I certainly did carefully clarify with reporters when they spoke to me. I very clearly recall talking about council and being asked if this would really affect my relationship with council. And I remember telling them, I don't hold council responsible.
I'm going to call, Councillor Baxter.
I just want to support the amendment because I think that who we're really concerned about here is staff. I don't think anybody signs up for politics without expecting to be insulted on a daily basis. And what I think is the problem is staff who believe that they're doing the best job they can, being impugned by the people they report to and look up to.
All right. Is there anyone else who would like to comment? This is just in regards to the removing of council. All right. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the motion to remove the word council off of this amendment? Okay. It passes. Councillor Day, do you want to go back to your other one?
Yes, I'd like to move that councillor be removed from my name. I was operating as a resident, speaking to the media as a resident. I clearly identified that on numerous occasions.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a seconder? I do not. Okay. Then I will go back to the main motion. Councillor Logan, since you moved this, would you mind reading it one final time with the removal of council in
Certainly, Your Worship. I'll move that in December 2018, contravention to the city's code of ethics, Councillor Day interfered with staff in the performance of their duties and questioned the character and motives of members of staff in public through the media. Council of the City of Colwood wishes to publicly censure Councillor Day for her inappropriate actions and offers the city's sincere apology for the impact of those actions on staff and our community.
Okay, I'm going to, all those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Day opposes.
So, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to state again, I apologize for being repetitive at this late hour of night. But the motion clearly states in contravention of the ethics policy. The ethics policy clearly states that it covers you in the performance of your duties. I was not on duty, therefore I don't think that it applies.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that, folks in the audience. Okay, we are now, if council adopts a motion of censure and wishes to consider sanctions, each sanction should be considered individually, and Councillor Day should be offered an opportunity to be heard and vote on each sanction motion. There are several sanctions as well, Council. You cannot sanction, or you could choose not to sanction at all as well. The censure can be the public statement that she's been censured, and no other thing is necessary. So I will look to council in regards to sanctions. Councillor Baxter?
I move...
and it can only be one at a time. Just to clarify, we're not gonna, you can't do like three.
There's a rule that says that?
Well, there's not a rule, but it's cleaner that way for us. So you're only gonna make one. And then we're gonna
mine might be the cleanest. I just want to move that we don't do any sanctions whatsoever.
Okay, perfect.
I move that we don't do, what's the word? Consider any sanctions whatsoever, and I will wait till you give me the signal to motivate.
Okay, thank you. You need a seconder?
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Baxter, second by Councillor Day. Councillor Baxter.
I think the last 17 years, and I haven't been here for all of them, but certainly by reputation, Councillor Day's character and reputation speaks for itself. And I think something went horribly wrong these last 2 years, in all kinds of ways, and all kinds of ways that I hope we will be able to prevent in future. But that is something to be thought about and is not part of this discussion. And we usually are fairly lenient on first-time offenders. Also take into account the fact that this whole code of ethics thing is a new thing. And I would be hard-pressed to say that there's been no behavior before it came into being that shouldn't have been censured. And as we found out tonight, we're all learning how the levers on this work. And I feel especially sorry for the mayor, who's currently under the weather and having to deal with this brand new thing that none of us have ever seen before. I think we've made our point, and I think Councillor Day has heard us, and I think that's enough for today.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Parkinson, and then Kobayashi.
I don't disagree completely with you, Michael. I don't think these are earth-shattering things that deserve anything incredibly onerous. But here's where I really, at the end of the day, here's what I struggle with. Councillor Day talks of her statements and her situation and a lack of the public process to resolve it. And we're here to discuss her statements about the council motives and staff actions. And yet, those guys haven't had a public process either. So, we can't be saying that, maybe the public process wasn't perfect, it's okay. You were okay to say things about people who didn't have any chance to defend themselves or anything. So, I'm not going to support your motion.
Thank you. Councillor Kobayashi.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm supporting what you say, Stu. As a minimum, a letter of a public apology to the city staff would be what I would see as a minimum. I definitely, there's a lot of circumstances here. A lot of things haven't been investigated, but to me, it's, at least that would be the minimum that I would agree to.
Anyone else before I call the question? All right. So the motion is, I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, but it's basically to not sanction. Correct. I don't want to put words in your mouth. What was your exact motion?
It doesn't matter because I think Doug's just turned me against it anyway. My exact motion was that we not do any sanctions whatsoever.
So that no sanctions should be applied. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Councillor Day. Opposed? So opposed is, sorry, did you oppose?
No.
No, okay. Opposed was Councillor Kobayashi, Mayor Martin, Councillor Jensen, Councillor Logan, Councillor Parkinson. Looking for any other will, or looking for the will of council still?
Your Worship, I'll make a motion for the first point that a written public apology to city staff involved in the incident, residents of Colwood generally, and members of Colwood Council be issued by Councillor Day.
Okay.
Second.
Okay.
Can I propose an amendment?
You may.
That be staff only? Because I think we're pretty sure that staff have the ones taking the big hit here, if not the only hit. I'm not sure that the residents of Colwood were included in any of this.
I can accept that amendment, or do we have to vote on it? I'm happy to amend my original.
You're happy to make
I'm
that
happy
motion.
to amend my original motion to exclude residents of Colwood generally. So it would read, my motion would read, a written public apology to city staff involved in the incident and members of council.
To the residents of Colwood.
Period.
Strike council.
Sorry, did I get that exactly backwards?
No, no, you almost, you excluded.
Residents of Colwood, I'm going to help because we're just getting it's late.
you.
So we basically, Councillor Jensen, we're just doing the first sentence, a written public apology to city staff. May I make a suggestion that it states to the satisfaction of council, because otherwise, if who's determining what the apology is?
So, to review for the third time, sorry, a written public apology to city staff involved in this incident to the satisfaction of council.
Can I suggest one further tweak?
You may.
That'd be to the satisfaction of the mayor, because I don't want to have a council vote on this thing.
All right. Thanks, guys. Sure, I don't mind.
I'm happy to accept that amendment rather than council mayor. So it would read, a written public apology to city staff involved in the incident to the satisfaction of his worship.
Thank you. Discussion. Sorry, sorry, you moved it. So do we have a seconder to that? Okay, thank you. Discussion. Councillor Parkinson?
I'll be voting against this. I just don't think, I mean, there's been 6 months for an apology if she felt it was warranted. And if she doesn't, that's her decision. And I don't think a forced apology is worth much. So, yeah, I think an apology, there was times when apology would have made all this go away. But I think to sort of, you know, we're not kids anymore. We can't send you to room to write an apology or something like that. That's up to her. If she felt like it, so be it. But I'm going to vote against this motion. I just don't think it's the right way to go.
Okay. Any other discussion? Councillor Day?
I want to reiterate that I have felt very strongly about this issue, that I operated as a private citizen to the very best of my ability, but I do understand where some of the words that I used and the way that I used them may have been more difficult for some members of staff than I thought in the moment. So I will accept the will of council on this because I do not want to put staff in a difficult position. I hope that we all learn something from it. I certainly have.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Parkinson opposes. Are there any other? Or can I close? What are we doing?
Mr. Mayor, just to point two, I think I am going to move that we consider the removal of Councillor Day from acting mayor responsibilities.
Do you have a period that you'd like to?
Sorry, I don't know, 12 months.
Okay. So I'm just going to, what's the day's date? I'm just going to, just for ease, is June 6th to June 6th of oh God, 19 to, thank you, June 6th to 2020. I know. And actually, I'm going to need another motion before we go to this. I need a motion to go past midnight. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Barkins, second by Councillor Parkinson. All those in favor? Yeah, nobody wanted. Are you opposing? You're opposing midnight. Okay. Councillor Day opposed. All right, moving on. So we have a motion to remove. Did we have a mover and seconder? I apologize.
No seconder yet.
I'm really getting punchy. Who moved that even? I can't remember who was talking. Jensen was talking. So Councillor Jensen moved it. Do I have a seconder? Nope. Okay. Oh. Councillor Parkinson? Sorry? This is acting mayor. So this was a, Councillor Jensen has made a motion to remove removal from acting mayor responsibilities from June 6, 2019 to June 6 to 2020. I have a mover, but I do not have a seconder. Do I have a seconder? Last chance. Oh, you're seconding it? Okay. Seconded by Councillor Parkinson. Any discussion? Councillor Kobayashi, then Day.
Yes, Your Worship. You know, we're all rookies at this right now, obviously. And, you know, usually, I know this isn't a court or anything, but sometimes there's precedence. You know, what is too severe here? Like, I have no flipping idea, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
I have no idea. And so, you know, I'm not supportive of it because I don't think, you know, what was done warrants this, but that's just my feeling.
Okay.
Not unless someone can convince me.
Thank you. Do I count? Oh, I'm sorry. I think I said Day first. Day, then Baxter.
So I'm going to oppose this motion, not because I'm terribly possessive about being acting mayor, but simply because it continues this issue longer. And I think that the residents of Colwood deserve my best efforts as their representative. And I think we need to move beyond the past and figure out a better way forward.
Councillor Baxter, then Jensen.
For all those reasons and all the reasons I said earlier, I'll be voting against this.
Okay. Councillor Jensen.
My issue is, and I don't, this is not a reflection on anyone's person's skills or abilities or longevity on council. The issue for me is, as the acting mayor, if you happen to be laid up on your couch because you've got a torn Achilles, and a censured council member is now speaking for our council publicly, for me it creates an awkwardness. And where the media gets involved and is looking for comment, and they're looking for the acting mayor, the story will go out with acting mayor says this, and by the way, they're censured over here. So it creates an awkward perception. It has nothing to do with person's skill set or whether they're capable of doing it. I have no question in that regard. Those are my comments and my concerns.
I'll comment on this one. I'm going to be supporting of this, and the rationale is that this is one final year. I think this would be a good year for Councillor Day to have an opportunity to work with council, and for hopefully us all to begin to build that trust. And, you know, it's only a year. Everybody gets 2 rotations. You would still be able to get 2 rotations in there. I think that this is a nice cooling off period for everybody. And so I'm going to be supportive. And I also think that there needs to be a consequence. And I think the written apology, which I appreciate that Councillor Day is supportive of, and I'm going to be supporting this, I don't think it's highly punitive because she still will have those opportunities to be acting mayor down the road. Any other discussions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Yes, this is a yes. So this is removal from acting mayor responsibilities from June 6, 2019 to June 6, 2020. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Kobayashi, Councillor Baxter, Councillor Day opposed. Mayor Martin, your mic's not working. Oh, I'm sorry. That was me again. So I'll do it one more time. Councillor Kobayashi, Councillor Baxter, Councillor Day opposed the removal of acting mayor responsibilities from June 6, 2019 to June 6, 2020. Council, is there any other motions before I close the meeting?
I move that we get the mayor home to bed.
Sorry.
Can I just say something? I'm sorry. Councillor Day was re-elected in 2018. She's going to be on council for 3.5 years. You guys got to find a way to work together and move forward. And I think one of the ways of doing that is to review all this paper and come up with some conclusions that council can agree to. And I don't know what form that would take, and if you're interested, I am not at all interested in doing that. I have certain limits to what I'll do. But I think you need to do that, whether you want to refer that to a committee to discuss further, whether you want to just do it, you want to hire an outside consultant, I don't know. But I think you need to do something like that so that
in the spirit of cooperation, all of you can move forward.
Thank you. We'll take that into consideration. Councillor Baxter, you were in the middle.
Sorry.
Just going to move that we get you home to bed.
All right. So we have a motion to, well, I guess you're making a motion to adjourn. I don't need a seconder. So all those in favor? Opposed? Carried.